So, I got my dick sucked by a guy. Consensually, okay? It was consensual. I was not raped. I was not sexually assaulted. Um, did I have regrets? Yeah. Yeah, I had regrets. Would I do it again? Probably not. No, probably not. Um, um, this is like this is going to be a very fucking awkward stream for me, but I'm going to try to be as as transparent as possible. So, I should also mention that I've also had my dick sucked by a woman. Well, not one, but I listen. I'm not Mr. Sex over here. I'm not somebody that likes to, you know, talk about my sex life online. I'm not somebody that, is I don't like labels, I'm not a big labels fan. Humans have a natural need to categorize. If you think I'm gay, I'm gay. If you think I'm bisexual, I'm bisexual. If you whatever you want me to be, okay? Whatever you need me to be, I'll be that, okay? I'll be what you need me to be. All right? Um but but let us let's get into it. One sec. I heard you're back on your bisexual arc. Well, I'm predominantly interested, to be honest with you, okay? Wholly honest. I'm predominantly interested in women. But historically, I have always been open to I've always been open to trying shit with guys. I wasn't quite sure if certain feelings were, someone was like, "You're not gay, you're just lonely." I don't, sometimes it's been mixed with like, I've just always wanted like a really, really good friend, but like everything short of like the actual sexual stuff, just like the closeness with another human being. Um, but I've been a little bit confused on that front. Previously, I'm kind of just figuring myself out. I'm not somebody that was very sexually experienced in high school. So, I'm just figuring that shit out. It's obviously going to be very awkward to discuss this. I don't want to be discussing this, but it's out there, right? Not really a whole lot I could do about that. And if it's out there, quite frankly, at this point already, so be it, I guess. Now, let me base to summarize. Essentially, Foodshops did an interview with a former friend of mine who I fell out with at the beginning of March, I believe. It was the beginning of March. We fell out, and I've hated this individual ever since. Now, before that, before I went to London or whatever, this person was always like a chatter, or like like just some like funny like spurgy chatter. Not really chatter on my streams as much as just floating around the community. Initially he was on the Boblack's Crash Out stream, and it was funny because Boblack said his like name or whatever, which was like funny. Um, but I this was like for about 1 to 2 weeks. It was like a friend with benefits, right? But it was always just a friend. It was never. I just don't really have any intimate feelings for this person. I never wanted to be in a relationship with this person. He evidently wanted to be in one with me. I've never. I've always wanted kids of my own, right? Not to say that adopted kids are not kids of. Not to say that adopted kids are kids of you know, um, they're not like kids of your own. But I've always seen myself, if I was to end up with anybody, it would be ending up with a woman. But I've always been open to trying shit. But Foodshops interviewed this individual, and we'll take a look at it.
Oh, that was gross.
Hold up, I think it's here. Where the fuck is what is the timestamp again? Also,
That's verb.
I don't know what I have. I know it sounds like cope. I feel a little fucking sick. I woke up this morning, and the first thing I did was I spit in the sink, and it was green. I don't think that's a healthy sign, and I'm sure you wanted to hear. I'm sure you wanted to hear that. But let me. I think I sound fine. Now let me take a look at this. It starts at about. Let's see what we're working with here. Wait, 258. Hold up. Oh yeah, she tweeted that I called for mass reporting, but it was a lie. Everything Food Shop says is a lie. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that about Destiny, because there are some things that Destiny says that are true. Some things. Okay? With Food Shops, she is always in lie mode. And she knows she's in lie mode because when she lies, she has like a little like smirk on her face. She knows like she's horrible at fucking hiding it. But like she will look for anything possible to misrepresent or interpret in the most bad faith way possible for the sake of smearing a group that, she's deemed to be the snarkers. She was calling me fair game well before I was even covering Destiny. Where is this shit?
No people.
Your
Have gone out of my.
Okay. So it starts with a DM leak. It starts with a DM leak, and we can go over this, okay? So basically, um here's the DM. It was sent by me to the individual Soul Skibbity, and I'm gonna refer to him mostly as the individual, because what he wants is my attention, and I quite frankly I don't really necessarily want to give it to him. But these are my messages to the individual. I said, I'm not alleging anything against you, and I've gone on my way to leave you alone. In hindsight, I found a fuck that we did what we did while I was drunk, and obviously mentally unwell, and I think you were in a headspace where you should have known. I probably wasn't able to give informed, adequate consent. I'll keep this private so long as you do, but if you make it public, I will literally have no choice but to prove my side. I don't think you're a bad person, don't want to make you look bad. I won't speak about what happened anymore, and we'll keep it private as I've wanted to since it happened, but you were literally trying to force my hand. So this looks pretty bad. You could interpret this as I'm trying to, as they've interpreted it. This is apparently an admission that I am attempting to push a false Me Too allegation against somebody, unfairly so, right? And I think that on its face, that's how it would appear. But if you go, it's not just what's said, but rather what is left out, where it's cropped. If you go to later in this exact same conversation, I make it very clear. Hold on. Fuck, I probably should have had this prepared. Or pulled. I have it though. It's right here. I know exactly where it is. Here we go. So before I pull this up, I just need to say again, as I said at the time in my public chat, and as I on the day this was happening, and as I said ever since, I was not raped, I was not sexually assaulted. This person believed that I was consenting, and I was consenting, right? Now, were there factors at play that made me say yes to things that I wouldn't have otherwise said yes to had I not been some depressive fucking like alcoholic that whole month? No, not really. No. I was always willing to try shit, but it wasn't gonna be with somebody from the space, right? I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done any of that, right? And that's why after the fact, when I was sort of coming to my senses, I had a lot of regrets and distanced myself from this individual. How it happened was, we ended up, I went on this trip. To me, I never was close with this person prior to the trip. Dickers is trying to say that I was really pushing this person to come, like on the trip or whatever. That's true, but Soul was like a meme orbiter or whatever, where it was like he was like Lumpy Willy. So I do like little like, but there's no like, I think before this trip, like the amount of DMs we have between each other are negligible, and I think he even admits that himself with Foodshops. It was while I was on the trip, after the drama had been going down, and I wasn't hanging out with anyone as a result of that. We went to I think we ended up going to a bar one night. I got insanely fucking drunk. I ended up making out with some chick, and then I turned around and he leaned in and, made out as well. After that point, I didn't know how to feel. But we'll go into this a little bit more. Now, I say to him, the problem I had, the main predominant issue I had, I literally say to him in DMs, I think you're a dick for doing it, but not a rapist. And would never want to ruin your life. You literally said in chat tonight that I get flirted when I'm drunk, and mentioned I was intoxicated, fall, but so I didn't think I was too drunk to like not be able to consent, but I think I think you could get to a certain level of drunk where you would consent if you otherwise wouldn't have, but it's not so impeded that like the consent is like, I don't feel like I was fucking like, I'm not waking up, I'm not traumatized by this or anything. It's just regrettable, right? So basically this is all happening because initially we'd agreed to just like what happened, and we were just going to keep it between us. He actually was the one, because he thought I was leaking it, and he's like, I just want to keep this between us. I said, I feel the same way. Like, I just want to fucking keep this between us, right? Because I don't want my, what I do, like, in that regard online. But then, basically, I believe it was, so I get back from England in, like, the end of January. And as I'm leaving, I still, like, I'm really, like, I feel like I'm still, like, I like him or whatever. What I really liked was him as a friend. And what I mean by that is I was, like, completely out of my fucking mind at that point. I believe everyone was out to get me. And he was, like, in my DMs, and he basically would feed into all of that. Like, he would tell me, he would shit talk other people to me who meant well. He would reaffirm his, like, status as, like, my only good friend. And I thought that he was, right? But that's just because I was completely fucking out of my mind that entire month. He was supportive. It wasn't supportive. Supportive is when you're giving somebody advice, like, for their betterment. If you listen to the Lio Convoy call, the leaked one, while I'm drunk, he's the one in there. He's encouraging me to tweet shit out, right? So his supportiveness would be always validating whatever I said I felt, even when I was actively self-destructing. And he knew that, because before he even fucking calls in and, like, or at one point when I was doing this, when it was just the Hellbent stuff, and reaffirms as such. But he, like, he names himself in my Discord to bestest, like, goodest friend ever. But Dickers even said, before any of this was public, Soul is the worst type of friend to have around. Because if you were around, you saw it, right? He was just, like, constantly fucking yes-manning, and encouraging destructive behavior. You gotta stop drinking? I don't drink. I haven't drank since March. Or, no, that's not true. I think I had a beer in April. I had a beer in April. I haven't been drunk since I was in England. Anytime I've drank, it's been one beer since March. And since then, I don't really have any interest to really play around with alcohol. But, so, anyways, I basically, here's how this happens, okay? When I get back from England, right, I even say on the way out, I say something like, I miss you. What I really miss, through like hindsight, introspection, or whatever, was the friend. But after I get back, I just view him as a regular chatter again. I want things to go back to normal. He starts to get like clingy. He messages me a bunch. And I don't respond, or I'm not responding as much to his messages. Am I completely pulling away? No. At one point, he's like, he disappears for a bit, and I say like, where have you been? That's all I say. I say, where have you been? But other than that, the only times we were DMing, it was about drama. But he'd like sneak something in, like he'd send a heart when he was talking to me about drama or whatever. He then tries to get my attention by becoming a one guy in my chat, but in the most annoying fashion possible. And anyone who was around back then saw this. It would just be like the most attention seeking, like annoying, childish shit that he was typing in my chat. And eventually it went from I want you to go back to a normal chatter to I'm annoyed by your presence. And I ended up saying as such in early March. I think I said, you're the most annoying, like retarded fucking like chatter I have. Just go away or something. And I think I banned him from chat temporarily. So he goes and fires up a bridge burn stream on me because I wasn't even burning the bridge with him at that point. He was being annoying and I didn't want him in my chat. So he then goes and he fires up a fucking bridge burn stream with me. And I'm like, okay, my problem is dealt with now. My problem is dealt with now. The fucking clinginess and shit, he sort of handled that one for me. And after that, I dislike him, but I don't really hate him, okay? But as I think about things over and over and over again, I legitimately begin to hate him, right? I think that, like, I read things in hindsight that were total lies to me. Like, for example, this is a big one. This is a crazy one, actually, and this fucked over Hellbent. So, when we were there in London, he knew I was beefing with Hellbent, right? That was the big thing. And Hellbent really wanted to talk things through with me, and I didn't want to see her. We go to a bar that I'd been to like 2 nights, 3 nights before with Hellbent, and he tells me, he says, she's being really annoying. She won't leave me alone. She wants to come. Should I invite her? I said no. He said, yeah, I'm not going to invite her. I'm not going to give her the address. Then, later that same night, while I'm already drunk, she shows up at the bar. So I'm thinking, I said to him, did you give her the address? He said no. And so I'm thinking in my head, like, she's just gone around and, like, went to the place that we drank that she knew I was at a bar. So she went back to go fucking look for me. And I thought that was weird as shit, right? Because I didn't want to see her and she knew that. That didn't happen. Because it turns out, while telling me that he didn't invite her, and while telling me that she's, like, being weird or whatever, he's actually totally fine with her and her messages, and he's giving her the address of the fucking bar. Without telling me that. So when she shows up, he's now led me to believe that she's literally stalking us, which is not true, right? Which isn't true. Like, shit like that is, like, weird as fuck, right? It's just super fucking weird. But he just, like, fucking lies. And yeah, you're right. They're, like, super low IQ, easy to see through lies. But, this is already out there now. I don't like to overshare. It's no secret, okay? I'm a fucking depressive. I have, like, months where I will, like, just be, like, in a fucking hole, okay? And normally, no pun intended. And normally, it's not something I want to talk about or put online. When I say I was mentally unwell or whatever, I was, like, throughout the entirety of England, I was, like, going through, like, a fucking depressive phase or whatever. Trauma, it's literally out there. I can't fucking help it. Might as well explain or contextualize it, right? But it was really bad. I was, like, drinking a lot to deal with it. Like, a lot. I was, like, shit-faced, like, every single day. To the point where, I mean, he's even messaging what's her name? Hold on. What's her name? No, I know her name. That was rhetorical. This is funny. An old player is coming into the picture here. A specific type of data, image. So last night, Goat Cato leaks this because he's DMing Goat Cato, I guess, while we were in England. Yeah, dude, I don't know why he's doing that. I'm worried about him, not gonna lie. He's drunk pretty much every day on this trip, and I want you to note that. I know he's dealt with a lot in his life. I'm guessing the anxiety and pressure of being around people is getting to him, especially around people he's unsure of, like leaking his shit, or turning a vacation into content. Yeah, I get that. I don't really know what's going on with him, but I'm worried he's gonna fuck up and get skinned. Predicted the future. I mean, stuff happened when it was just me and him. I think given the fact I haven't talked about it, he knows I'm trustworthy, which is good, I guess. It's so fucked up. Yeah, but I'm not a victim of anything here. I'm not a victim of anything. I don't feel traumatized. This person is, as I said to him, and as I said, because I admit when I first, when he was leaking this, I was freaking the fuck out, okay? I didn't want my fucking sexual shit online, right? And I was embarrassed, to be honest with you, and I was, freaking out a little bit. So I didn't word myself the best at certain points. It started with him going into Jimmy's chat. He was basically threatening it. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he's like, yeah, Aiden gets, really flirty when he's drunk, or something. Basically teasing it, because what is it? I hated him. I didn't want to be around him. There was a time where people like Green were pushing to let back in and give amnesty to all these people that I didn't like Parry and some others or whatever, and let them back into Icy. And whenever people would push for him, I would literally say, I fucking hate him. I'd let Parry back in before I let him in. And people are like, what happened? What did he do? And I lied. I said that the reason I was mad at him was because he spoiled Better Call Saul. Okay? To be fair, I've admitted to you guys, I'm not honest about, my personal life that wouldn't be relevant to you, right? If my personal life, now I'm going to be honest about it because it's now public drama, right? But if I'm for example, I might obfuscate a little bit as it pertains to my personal life or whatever, which I think everybody does to some extent online. I just don't think they're very honest about it. But I said that it was because he spoiled Better Call Saul, which is true. After I stopped talking to him, another way he tried to get my attention, he heard that I was watching Better Call Saul, so he fucking went and DM'd me a spoiler. He did spoil it. That actually happened. What I lied about was that was the reason I hated him. That's not true. I actually hated him because of what I feel like he's a fucking manipulative, little shit, right? I feel like he, but yeah, he did spoil it. But anyways, according to Goat Cato, by the way, according to Goat Cato and user Raven, after we'd fallen out in March, apparently he would rant about me all the time in her server, going between hating me and missing me. Just back and forth. I don't know what that was about. Apparently, and I'm quoting this verbatim all the time. So I don't really know. Yeah, that's obviously hearsay. You're gonna have to, two people said it. You could do with that what you will. You said you missed him. Yeah, we've already gone into what that was, right? So I only said that the day after I left, right? I challenge him to find any message since that day where I said to him that I missed him or whatever, right? Or before that. That is the most intimate DM, the most affectionate message you will ever find me sending to him. That is the most affectionate message. Whoa, shit. And that was more because this is the truth, right? I viewed him as a really good friend, which is something I've always wanted, right? But I viewed him as in a way of I've always wanted to just be close with somebody, minus sexual shit, right? we're willing to try that shit out, but that's not the why I like wanted to like that's not any of the reason I liked him. I liked him because I fell for this like fucking like conniving little like persona of like somebody that cared about like my best interests or whatever, and like was like a reasonable, grounded like person that was like actually my friend. And I like kind of mixed the two up a little bit. Someone said this is like my Anne of War. It's comparable, but assuming that I didn't go back and ever sexted this person. Like after the beginning of March, I've never sexted this person, period. But there was no affection given to this person after March, right? So this is now happening months later. Months later. But one of the other ways, like for example, he would go between like hold on, this is another one. Fuck, I just need this shit like pulled up. Here it is. So if you go here, because I lied about the reason that I hated him, and this is the other reason I don't think he's a rapist or a sexual assaulter or anything in that regard. Like I always think he viewed me as like fair game in that sense. And to be honest, like I was, but like when I like if I were someone else that was attracted to me and knew what I was like during that month or whatever, I wouldn't have even like considered, right? I wouldn't have even considered. But I think he's really like dumb. So wait, let me just but what I'm so with this DM that got leaked, you have to remember he only started baiting the sexual shit because I wasn't rebuilding the bridge with him. I'm not kidding. He thinks and believes that the reason I hate him is because he spoiled Better Call Saul. So he like reaches out and he tries to fucking on May 15th. Aiden, I would like to apologize for leaking Better Call Saul. I hope you can forgive me. I'm not mending the bridge. I'm simply apologizing. No more snark. I will leave you alone. And it is 9 days later. 9 days later is now when he starts baiting the sexual shit in Jimmy's chat. He tries to rebuild the bridge. He says, I'm not trying to mend the bridge. That is exactly what he was trying to do. Right? And it wasn't just that. When I was going at Parry, he tried to jump on the fucking anti-Parry train to like win me back over or whatever. And like he said, and then while that's happening or whatever, he's like sending me, hold on. Like when, for example, when he tries to like jump back on the Parry train to win me back over, he's like sending me this shit. He like sends me, perhaps I treated you too harshly. He's like trying to fucking, I don't respond to these, by the way. He's like he keeps trying to remend this bridge with me. I don't want to bridge with this person. I don't want to, what I've said for the last couple months remains true. I don't want to be friends with you. I hate you. And I don't want to have to deal with you again. I think you're a worthless, shallow wretch who has nothing to contribute or add to anything because you're not capable of the higher thinking that would be able to produce an original thought. I think you're working in a job that honestly, it is public by the way, and you're working in a job in a field that's perfect for you, one where you don't have to use your head because there's not a whole lot in there. But I want nothing to do with you. Right? But now, after baiting this shit, in, what was it, May? Now we are in June. Right? I'm starting to, so he was making fun of me for a while because my numbers were down because of the London drama. And he's like, I'm winning. Aiden's like falling into obscurity because of the London drama or whatever. My numbers rebound. We did a stream yesterday or 2 days ago that was like over 200, which is not a lot, but it's good for me. And obviously making a bit of a comeback here, at least if, sub-wise, view-wise, etc. And I don't know if that's the reason this is happening now. I'm not sure, quite frankly. But if it is, that's even more pathetic. I'll read super chats here. Real quick. Starfish Duder with the 5. Bro literally playing the doohickey. I think it's called the, well, how, in that one, in Warny, I think they're actually, it's a synthesizer. Balls Mahone with the 5 is the allegation that Foodshops won the fuck a fan contest. Yeah, I don't think so. Balls Mahone with the 2, that guy technically won the fuck a fan contest. That's a crazy spin, but go for it, I guess. Will with the 2, Aiden, I heard you're gay. Is this true? I will be whatever you need me to be. Alright. Tyrone, sent a star for 2 jewels, and then another star for 2 jewels. Soul should sue Aiden. Well, let me just show you this. This is what I was putting in my public chat, because I admit, like, some of my original, like, I was talking about the irony of some of his statements, like, because he was saying that, like, yeah, Aiden's, like, super flirty when he's drunk, so I was, like, asking in my chat, I'm like, if according to him I was fucking, like, wasted every day, like, because he was using that, I at one point was even, like, I was disputing my own alcoholism, but, it was going on for a month, but what the fuck was I saying here? Right? I made sure to explicitly clarify time and time again, like in public chats on the 24th, I'm not calling this guy a rapist or a sayer or anything. His life does not deserve to be ruined, and I have no intention of doing that, so do not go calling him one. This is on May 24th. I am not the one that made this public, by the way. I never wanted this to be public. I didn't want anyone to know anything even fucking happened. I just wanted to move on with my life. So this should be the first Me Too allegation where I'm taking every opportunity to explicitly clarify that this person is not a rapist or sexual assaulter, and went out of my way to not have this leak.
My way to leave you alone. In hindsight, I found it fucked that we did what we did while I was drunk. Like he was open about it. Wait, so why did it lead into this?
Notice how, by the way, because he really wants to, like, reframe a level of intimacy that did not exist. It's a cope, right? So this is the most intimate you're gonna see. It's just me telling him that I miss him, right? I was under the impression as I was leaving still, because I was still in the London mindset. I still believed everyone was out to get me. I still believe, and I thought that this guy was really my friend and, like, actually cared about me. You'll never see me call him anything more than a friend. You'll never see that, and you will never see a DM to him that goes beyond "I miss you," which was like 2 DMs or whatever, I think.
Right after the sexual encounter.
And this is all, by the way, like, within the, like, couple days after I left.
Then Aiden would then say, I miss you a lot. You have to come to America, man. I mean, it seems like Aiden enjoyed the experience.
He made it public
Did he not?
because that is not why he made it public. Are you retarded? I was never hinting at that. What are you talking about? He said to me that he was leaking it because he thought it was funny. That's not what he said. If that was the reason he was leaking it, why didn't he say that at the time? He said to me that he was doing it because he thought it was funny. Is this going to be a post-hoc change in reasoning? I guess he suddenly had an epiphany as to why he did it. When was I ever saying before that he took advantage of me? He leaked this himself to get my attention. If he thought that I was implying that he was taking advantage of me in the days before, why in the days before is he trying to rebuild the bridge with me?
And quite open about it too, no? It seems like he was open about it. Wait, so But I'm just letting you know, like, I do record everything if anytime something like this happens.
What? I'm sorry, we're talking about allegations of a sex act here. The response, you never want the response to be, I record everything. In that context, as like Destiny's like top gal, okay? That should not be the thing that comes out of your mouth in that context.
A precaution, natural precaution, okay? Oh, double down. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Are
Now
you
you can tell it's me, I guess.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait, wait,
hello.
wait. Well, I mean, I don't,
Really?
I don't. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't even know what your voice sounds like. Is this, guys? Is this so skippity? Is this so skippity's voice?
I guess Forest Cat can like confirm. Maybe Duckbringer as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, what's your questions? I guess I thought I'd come clean because obviously I don't know. I mean, I've not seen what's gone on in the past like
Mhm.
couple months, but you know, obviously I know there's been obviously I know what happened with the Jimmy O stream that.
He doesn't know what's been going on the last couple of months. His presence in this community ended with he tried to, and by the way, once again, this guy doesn't have opinions on anything. So whenever he has an opinion, you have to ask yourself, what motive does he have to have this opinion or to adopt this opinion, right? So you have to remember the theme here is, as attested to by multiple people, he goes between missing me and hating me, right? And this will go between trying to win me over by like trying to mend the bridge, adopting like the anti-parry position. That's not working. It goes to now it's going to he's like he makes some like pro DGG tweet. This guy's never been a Destiny fan. This guy doesn't watch any of that shit. Quite frankly, and I hate to say, not that the average DGGer is all that intelligent, but anybody talking about politics, he's not going to be watching. Anybody debating, he's not going to be watching because he's not really smart.
I was on. That
Um,
happened. Then obviously I got the DMs from Aiden, so I just kind of ran away. Because I thought he was gonna like weaponize his community against me, so I just kind of ran a little bit. If that makes sense.
I see.
I was leaving this person the fuck alone. I literally said to this person, I won't speak about what happened. I won't speak about what happened so long as you don't. I literally said that. I just wanted to, like, I don't want to deal with this person. What do you mean weaponize my fucking community against you? You're voluntarily deciding to come out and leak this just to get back at me.
Okay. I guess where I can
Okay.
begin
Yeah.
is,
Oh, dude, and then when we were on the trip, so this also was like a weird one. Like we went to a bar and somebody was like, "So are you two like are you two boyfriends or something?" to us. And he immediately goes in to respond. He's like he goes in to respond with, "Yeah, yeah," and then I interrupt him. I said, "No, we're just friends. We're just friends." That's literally what I said in response to that. And it was weird because it's instinctive. I'd only really been friends with this guy for a week, right? There was I wouldn't consider dating somebody the only intimate conversation we had were a week, right? And I also have never I wouldn't consider seriously dating a man, right? I've been open to trying shit in that regard, but I've always wanted to end in like a long-term relationship with a woman.
were you guys close enough to meet up IRL like that? I'm guessing you guys became close
Me and
enough to
Aiden?
do that. Yeah.
I guess I'd known him for about a year. Maybe might have been a little bit over a year. Before we met up in London, obviously.
I didn't go. So
Uh,
he lives there. He got invited, but I was going there to go to the city and meet up with there were multiple people there or whatever. He was one of the people that got invited, right? It was not specifically for him, and I did not know him well prior. And I don't need to, historically, I didn't need to know people well to link up if I was in their area.
and then all that stuff happened. But yeah, I knew him somewhat well. I guess just like commentary sort of thing,
Okay.
but not too well. No, I wouldn't say like I knew anything about him personally. No.
Okay. No, I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not asking for that. All Are
No, no,
you
no.
so why is it that he how long after you guys have met up um was he like in love with you or like being
Oh,
affectionate, I
okay.
guess? Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, so we went on.
Send one message of me saying I love you. Okay? Send one message. I would never be in love, truly in love, with a disgusting, shallow wretch like this sad, pathetic freak. Okay? I viewed him as a good friend while I was in a fucking paranoid, like, depressive hole, and I was being like a fucking alcoholic. And when I sobered up and it was of a clear mind, long after I left, I was disgusted by my choices. Right? I'm not in love with this person. And he knows that.
So obviously, you know what happened with the London trips, right? So
Mhm.
obviously, we all met up on, I think it was New Year's Eve. We all met up like Dickers,
Yes, yeah.
Creeman, Hellbent.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we all met up, and then
I'm starting to think you led him on because your messages after the meetup were I'm sorry. Those were immediately after. Immediately after. Then after that, these are our messages. This is me leading him on, you stupid fucking cunt. Look at this. Okay? This is me leading him on. He tries to message me on... Let's pull this up. These are our conversations after I immediately leave. So I miss you shit? That's like within days of me leaving. So this is what? Within a few days. This is like fucking what? January 23rd. Well, what are the other conversations? Oh, and then it was, dude, wait. So then all of February, these are our DMs for all of February. These are our messages for the entire month of February when we're still on good terms. So he DMs me on, hold on, it's sending. He DMs me about my, oh fuck, the beginning is cut off, so you're gonna say I cropped it. One sec, I gotta go back and re-grab it before you say I fucking cropped this. And I want to ask you, if somebody's messaging you like this, would you take a hint that, or like, would you think they're into you? Okay, still at this point. Hold on, I just gotta get the beginning so you don't think it's fucking cut off. Alright, that's the beginning. So, if you go here, right, like, this is, he messaged me on February 10th about my Minecraft server. He's like, ban Windy, ban Windy, ban Windy, ban, and I'm gonna show these to you in order. And then it goes to, he's just telling me, annoying me more to ban Windy. I don't respond to him at all. Okay? Then it goes to, hold on, I just want to make sure he's not saying anything, any dog shit in here. Then on February 13th, he's messaging me, Aiden, I do want to say I have no problem with you. I've just been one guy recently. I took it too far. I'm sorry. Gamma's trying to make me feel bad by saying I've hurt your feelings. I don't remember what I called him about on February 19th. It lasted a minute, so I don't know if he picked up or not. Then on February 20th, Aiden, what's your play, man? Are you going to talk about the snark left stuff? I'm not responding to him, right? Then you go to, what? He sends, play this on stream. I don't. Right, these are in order, by the way. Aiden, hi, would you say this is wrong, Kathy, to openly joke about? And then this call, this is when I called him on stream after he burnt the bridge and did that stream on me. This is when I called him this is when I called him on stream. So I am not responding to his messages for weeks. Okay, after the month of January, we're going into February now. After the month of January, I only said I miss you to him 2 times. Those are the most intimate DMs I think I ever sent to him. And then after that, he'll hit me up about shit and I'm not responding to him. I never sent him an intimate DM after this. I don't know what would be leading him on, or it indicates to him that I'm still fucking interested.
And I think like a week later, I came back to London and it was Aiden and Purple Parry Gaming. I'm sure you know who that is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we all like went out to dinner, and then obviously Parry left. So then obviously me and Aiden,
Aiden, you also could have had an adult conversation and then like, hey, I'm not interested in you as a delusional girl. I'm inexperienced. I've never dated anybody. I don't like that form of like, I'm contradictory, okay? This is gonna sound contradictory because it probably is. I want to be close with people, but like, I don't. When it happens, I like, don't want to be with, like, I can't explain that. I'm weird like that. I'm fucking weird. I understand this. I don't like to, I'm just not somebody that has any experience on that front.
I'll keep things PG, but yeah, me and Aiden.
Well, you guys had
kinda hit it
sex,
off
right?
then.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Anyway,
Bro,
so a
dude,
couple days
listen,
later-
you're fine, dude. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, I'll delete this account after this, but yeah. So, so after that, I guess like Aiden then a good 4 or 5.
It's like you want to be close to somebody, and then after you get close, they feel like fucking like gum, like stuck on your shoe, and you just like want absolutely like nothing to do with. You just don't want anything to do with it, I guess. And I know that's like, this is why I don't try to date now, because I feel like this would be very unfair to. And I've said this before. I've literally said before on stream. You could go watch it back. I don't date, because I think that I'm at a point where that would be very unfair for a partner, right? I'd do hookups, but I wouldn't be in like a proper relationship. It would be because I don't think that I have the ability to meet like the emotional needs of another person. So I choose not to do any of that shit.
5 days later, then came up to where I live in the UK, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then stayed with me for a week.
Real quick,
So-
if you don't mind me asking, did help it?
You should not be dating online. I didn't. We were never. He doesn't even have my personal cell phone number. When we met up, the only way we communicated was over Discord. He doesn't have my personal social media. He doesn't have my personal cell number. I think he looked at my passport, but I'm not even aware if this guy knows my like legal name. I'm not sure. I've never heard of a relationship where the person doesn't even know the other person's fucking cell phone number.
And Queenman fuck?
Wait, how do you know? Sorry, what?
Did Hellbent and Queenman fuck?
When did you send the DM that Foodshops has on stream? So after he started hinting that he was about to leak in Jimmy's chat. I don't remember exactly what he said. If Junk's watching and has those messages, send them to me. But he was like saying like, yeah, Aiden gets really drunk when he's like teasing. So I knew, because it was when I was calling into Jimmy's stream. So while I was on there, he starts commenting that shit because he knows it's going to get to me, because he knows it's going to make me think that he's about to leak. Right? I'm not somebody that wants to talk about that publicly or anything. It's like pretty embarrassing. But he that's what he was doing there.
Not to my knowledge, but how would you know that?
I know things.
You know things. Okay.
I know things.
Well, listen, I know things too.
So I made this up
okay,
about
I'm not gonna...
Hellbent and Queeman. That was snark, invented by me. I have seen no evidence that Hellbent and Queeman actually ever had intercourse with one another. I've never been to. I know everyone else went to Hellbent's place. I've never been there. This was just completely made up by me, and it was snark. Okay. I think people are well aware of that. There's absolutely no basis to that claim. If they did, I mean, could they have? I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen, right? I don't know what Queeman's type is. I don't know, could it have happened? Sure. But as the person that originated this, I haven't seen any basis that it's true.
No, I'm gonna go into that. I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
about that.
All right.
I'll have to look it up, no? About that.
Have you let me think.
No.
So what
You're a good
happened?
interview.
What happened? Why did Aiden turn on you?
Because I was like I was hinting at it, like so I'm sure you've seen
Hinting
the
on what?
the
Hinting on
Jimmy
what
O-
exactly?
That's a lie. That's a lie. The Jimmy O stream happened 4 months after we stopped talking. That's a blatant fucking lie. There is no place that he was hinting at it prior to that stream, which happened like 4 months, once again, after we stopped talking. So he's just lied.
Hinting on
The
what?
Jimmy O VOD, right? I'm sure you've seen the Jimmy O VOD. Well, like I call
If that was truly what made us stop talking, show all the DMs between us in the 4 months preceding that. You fucking dishonest rat.
into this guy Jimmy JXMMO or whatever. Some fucking Aiden orbiter.
Oh, I
called into
didn't
him.
watch that. I didn't watch that, but
Oh, okay,
you can
okay.
explain to me. You can explain to me the context. Maybe I'll watch it
Oh.
offline, off stream.
I'll try to the best of my ability, but I called into this guy's stream with him and a guy called Green, right? And
Yeah, Green
and
Gary.
I was in chat while Aiden was on the stream. I was in chat, kind of like coaxing Aiden a little bit, like trying to get him to reveal shit. I don't know.
Why? Why? I left you alone. I haven't had anything to do with you, nor have I wanted to have anything to do with you. So why would you go and do that? Exactly. I'm legitimately curious. Is it gonna elaborate as to why? Because personally, I think that's like a bit of a fucked thing to do to somebody if they want to keep like an intimate moment like private. I think that's like a little bit fucked. I wouldn't do that to somebody else. Okay, I wouldn't do that to somebody else. If I had a hookup with somebody or whatever, and they didn't want that out there, I would never put that out there.
I don't know why I did it. I just thought it would be funny.
Oh, I thought, as Dan Jr. was saying earlier, he felt like he had to. I thought he said he felt like he had to. It's almost like you're just making shit up.
I thought, because I'd kind of thought, fuck it, at that point, I don't care if things get leaked.
Why? I hadn't been talking to you. What did I do that made you say fuck it, other than not talking to you?
And then I guess I went on that stream, kind of hinted that things happened between us, and then obviously I got the DM that you then pulled up.
Wait, so just to be very clear, you were open a little bit about like your relations with Aiden, and then Aiden just threatened you because of the publicity of
Yes. So I
of
kind
what
of
has
hinted at
happened.
it. I kind of hinted
Wait,
at
but
it.
Somebody I think DM'd it to me.
But then
I got that DM.
how would that make sense considering how Aiden has literally said he missed you?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, so.
Have you guys
we
discussed?
obviously-
This is months and months after I ever said to him that I missed him. Like months. Right? As I said, the most intimate message I ever sent to him was I miss you 2 times in the immediate days afterwards. At which point, I wanted him to go back to being a regular chatter, so I stopped talking to him. At least like intimately in any fashion. The only time we would talk in that period was like about drama. Like some shit about give an ant or something. Right? I would purposely never use intimate language. I wouldn't respond to his messages. And for me personally, I would have taken a hint at that point. I gotta be honest with you. Should I have been like obvious, like I think you should fuck off? Sure, but I wasn't under the impression that he actually believed at that point. I didn't think at that point that he even like. I don't know what he was thinking at that point, but he wasn't like pushing the issue that much. Besides trying to get back, like besides trying to fucking get me to keep talking to him, he wasn't pushing it all that much. So I thought he just knew that, like,
The
we met up in
publicity of your
London.
relationship?
We met up in London. Then 5 days later.
Yeah, I said that, so, like, 3 days after leaving his house, right? After the meetup was over, after the hookup and all. So 3 days later, right? And then after those, like, couple days after, so months go by where that's not happening. So at that point, right, if there's no intimate DMs in multiple months, you should probably figure out that that was just, like, in the immediate aftermath. if it's 2 times in like the days I'm leaving your house.
He then comes to where I live in the UK, then stays with me for a week, then a few.
Because once again, I still had very positive feelings for him after I left. I was still in this like headspace of like, everyone else is out to get me. This is like a good friend of mine, the only friend that I have. He truly has my best interests in mind. I just viewed him in that facet, right? So I did miss that part. That part wasn't real though. That part was just like him putting on the most like easy to spot, like manipulative yes man fucking act ever, where he's like encouraging like self-destructive behaviors and shit. In like the immediate aftermath. So then like when I come to my senses, like not long after, there are no more intimate DMs between us. So leading on has to be a continuous process, right? Or you have to keep giving them little crumbs. If it's like the two of you have something, you give like 2 crumbs in the immediate aftermath, and then you stop giving it at all and like maintain reasonable distance or whatever. At that point, that's more than enough hint.
A few days later is talking about how much he misses me, but then it's also threatening essay against me. I don't know whether he actually.
I feel like you're a genius, Black Cat. You're a genius. What am I blaming? What am I being accused of doing wrong here? So leading on, once again, is a continuous process. So that continuation didn't happen, right? If I was interested in him, I would be giving him in the months we were talking, or in the months, sorry, it was from, we stopped talking in March. We fell out in March 1st. So in all that time after, I'd be giving him more crumbs. I wasn't.
He said that I essayed him, or you know what I mean. Like he sent that message, kind of threatening to me, and then like I don't know if he actually did do that.
Also, I don't need to be the one to tell you that I was fucked up during that trip, because he says it to you. He literally says he's DMing people, Black Cat. He's really worried about me. He's worried I'm going to become an addict. I'm in a bad headspace. I'm an alcoholic that is drinking every single day. So I don't even need to say anything on that. I'll let him explain it to you. I'll let him say it with his own fucking words.
I have no idea because I haven't watched anything since. But yeah.
Were you guys? Was it just a hookup, or was it like emotional, romantic entanglement?
You know, I have no idea. I'd say like I wouldn't say it's a hookup. Like he says, I think he said in one DM that I didn't screenshot, and I've deleted my account now. But he said like that he was drunk for every single day that we did things, I guess. But that was obviously not true.
What? Okay. Was he drunk at all?
He was drunk like a little bit. We'd go out clubbing and stuff.
You don't understand. We know the proper thing to do in these scenarios is months of public condemnation while engaging in private self-defense sexting. True.
Like that, but there were
That's
times
fine.
like where we met up with another guy. His name's Spinling, if you know.
Couldn't you guys solve this over direct communication? Well, considering he wasn't trying to ask me out or anything after that, I thought he got the hint that I just saw him as a chatter now, right? There was no solution. And just so we're clear, when he got too annoying for me to deal with, I could not have been more direct. What isn't more direct than, I think you're the most annoying fucking person in my chat, and I don't want you to be here. What is not direct about, like that indicates that he's annoying me. I don't want to be around him or whatever. I don't need to tell him, hey, we're not a thing, because he's not giving me anything that would indicate like that he doesn't understand what I've put out.
You know who that is?
No,
you
I don't.
probably don't. Anyway, we met up with him. We went to a restaurant.
Now show the DMs where he said he was worried about you drinking every day. Sure, we could go back to those, even though I already showed. So this is gonna be the game. I'll show something, and then they'll ask for it again. And then they'll make the claim again, and then I'll show it, and then they'll change it again, and ask for the same fucking thing again. I've already shown this to you. Not only did he say it in DMs, he said it on stream, on his own channel. I'm worried about him, not gonna lie. He's drunk pretty much every day on this trip. I'm sorry. Is that not clear enough for you? Is that not clear enough for you, you stupid fucking cunt? Like, what? I mean, I don't know what you need from me here. I've already showed this. Okay, but Aiden, where did he say you were drunk every day, Aiden? Where did he say that? Okay, but like, where did he say that you were drunk every day? Okay, but like, where did he say that every day though?
To be linked to another account, right? Would that not be considered doxing?
Acting upon the docs. That wait, hold on. Right after the section.
If that comes up, that's my
Mhm.
some fucking Aiden orbiter.
Oh,
call
I
him
didn't
Tatum.
watch that. I didn't watch that, but
Oh, okay,
you can
okay.
explain to me. You can explain to me. Foodshops forgot who I was. Sorry. That's a step outside of the plantation.
But you know, obviously, I know there's been obviously I know what happened with the.
Were you guys close enough to meet up? I did that he. How long after you guys have met up? Was he?
We all met up like Dickers,
Yes. Yeah.
Creeman, Hellbent. A good 4 or 5 days later, then came up to where I live in the UK, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then stayed with me for a week.
Real quick,
So,
if you don't mind me asking, did Hellbent and Queenman fuck?
We're going over that.
wait, how do you know?
310.
You were open
Yes.
a little bit about
Here we are.
like your relations with Aiden, and then Aiden just threatened you because of the publicity of
Yes. So I
of
kind
what
of
has
This
hinted
is
happened.
the
at it.
threat, by the way. The threat is I will literally have no choice but to prove my side. So, what is if there was no wrongdoing? There's no. What would this be like? This is a threat to. This is a threat to prove what happened in full because he's giving hints. If you want to make this public, we're gonna make all of it public, including the parts that are unfavorable to you. We can absolutely do that, right? And if no wrongdoing has occurred, that shouldn't be threatening to you, right? The problem is, you know.
I kind of hinted
Wait,
at
but
it.
but then
and I
how
got that DM.
would that make sense considering how Aiden has literally said he missed you?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So.
Have you guys
So
discussed the
we met up in
publicity of your
London.
relationship?
We met up in London.
Yeah.
Then 5 days later, he then comes to where I live in the UK.
Yes, because his wrongdoing was that I was obviously like in a fucking horrible place. I was getting drunk every day. I was like a paranoid depressive that was saying outlandish shit to him. I was saying shit like everyone is out, like people are plotting against me and shit. I have nobody on this fucking earth. But I sounded crazy. Okay, guys, I literally sounded like insane. So yeah, somebody should have picked up on hints like that and realized I probably was not like in a space where I was making like decisions that would be reflective of decisions I would normally make had I not been in a moment like that, right? So that is what happened, right? That is what happened. So no,
I don't know what.
it was consensual, but there's consent. It was consensual in the context of, was I saying, did I say yes? Was I, yes, right? Was this rape or sexual assault? Absolutely fucking not, right? So yeah, but there's a but there, right? It was consensual, but manipulation had to occur to get me to a point where I was going to give said consent, right? So yes, but, right? And that's not really hard to understand. Like, for example, I have I could show this to you. Because nuance does exist, right? Nuance exists. So basically, like when I'm in London, um, hold on, I just need to redact this because that could be considered docs, even though I don't think it is. One sec. There you go. So like when I'm like in the middle of my like drama, my biggest drama ever, by the way, um, this is like the shit like I'm getting sent. Hello? Are we back? My computer just resets sometimes, and I don't know why. I think we're back. We're back. My bad. My bad. So if that happens, literally wait like 4 minutes and we come back. It's not my internet. It's my fucking. This is my old ass PC from at home. All right. Sorry. So as I was saying to you before, why is this guy covering this? Am I gonna get criticism for covering this? This is about me. I'm responding. Get rid of the dust? Okay.
While Aiden was on the stream, I was in chat, kind of like coaxing Aiden a little bit, like trying to get him to reveal shit. I don't know why I did it. I just thought it would be funny.
Wait, alright.
And he's kind of won. I think I tweeted that out. Him, so he's pretty like embarrassed of, of everything. I mean,
That's it. He was
2 days later is talking about how much he misses me, but then it's also threatening essay against me. I don't know whether
Wait,
he actually.
what? I'm sorry. There is a. This DM is in on May 25th. Okay, the I miss you DM is from January. Why is he omitting? Why is he omitting a fucking like months and months? He's pretending like these happened right after each other.
Actually said that I essayed him.
Yeah, and also his goal with this is to humiliate me and embarrass me for my. So I'm gonna give you anything that can embarrass me here. I'm gonna talk about it in gross, intimate okay, not really, but like the goal here is to embarrass me, to get me to, you know, I'm doing well. The goal is to fuck that up, right? The goal is to use this against me. And if it's going to be spoken about, it will be spoken about, but I'm going to respond and give my sense. I'm not being accused of doing anything. But I think that this is out there now, so you have nothing, and that's like really what we're doing now.
Or you know what I mean. Like he sent that message, kind of threatening to me too.
He was threatening to expose SA behind the scenes chat. Okay, why are you just fucking lying? Why are you just like coming in here and lying? When did I ever do that? You said earlier, Dan, that the reason he said he leaked was because I was hinting that I was behind the scenes. That never happened. I've never been accused of doing that until you said that. So I don't know. He hasn't even accused me of that. So I don't know what knowledge you have. But he gives his reason for why he leaked. He said he doesn't know why he did it. He did it because he thought it was funny. So why are you just coming in here and fucking lying? Listen to Soul. Soul says on this stream, the reason he did it is because he thought it was funny. I was being sarcastic. What is Soul threatening? He's saying that this is me threatening to me to him, you fucking idiot. This is his proof of me threatening to me to him. What are you not able to follow? Did Soul not just say threatening to, yeah, he's talking about this message sent to him directly. After he went onto Jimmy O's stream and started saying that I get really flirty when I'm drunk. This was after that and the response to that. To him hinting that he was about to leak it. You're like the only fucking person unable to get this.
To me. And then, like, I don't know if he actually did do that. I have no idea because I haven't watched anything since. But yeah.
Were you guys? Was it just a hookup, or was it like emotional, romantic entanglement?
You
should know. I don't know why you need to think about it if you're not lying. You should just know.
I have no idea. I'd say like I wouldn't say
it was so intimate and emotional. This guy doesn't even know my fucking phone number. That's how intimate and emotional it was.
It's a hookup. Like he says, oh, I think he said in one DM that I didn't screenshot, and I've deleted my account now. But he said like that he was drunk for every single day that we did things, I guess. But that was obviously not true.
What?
We properly did something on one night, and then we were about to on 2 other nights, but I wasn't into it, so it ended with him jerking off in the corner. I'm not kidding. I'm like literally not kidding with you. So that's like I got my dick sucked. And it ended with him, like, the other 2 nights where it was about to happen again, and I wasn't feeling it, so he was just jerking off in the corner. I'm not kidding. That is exactly what happened.
What? Okay. Was he drunk at all?
He was drunk, like, a little bit. We'd go out clubbing and stuff like that, but there were times,
fine.
like, where
yeah.
we met up with another guy. His name's Spinling, if you know who that is.
No,
you
I don't.
Probably don't. Anyway, we met up with him. We went to a restaurant. We all had like 1 drink each, and he claims he was drunk after that, which is obviously just not true.
Okay.
I'm sure this Spinling guy.
Yeah, just 1 drink, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this claim
just
that he was
1
drunk all the
drink.
time
That's a lie. You want to know why that's a lie? And actually, let's listen to his own witness that he's just cited. Spinling. Let's take a look at what Spinling had to say. What is Spinling's Twitter? I forget what the fuck what is Spinling's Twitter? Let's listen to the witness's recollection. Actually, better yet, let's just try to call him. Or wait, hold on. What's his Twitter? Does anyone know Spinling's Twitter? Does anybody know Spinling's Twitter? I should know. Oh, here it is. Awesome. I was with Sol and Aiden on the day he's talking about. I personally witnessed Aiden buy himself and I drinks, and then us going to the store and Aiden buying more alcohol. This isn't a fake Me Too. You were just bad faith. Really? I thought Spinling could attest to this. He just said that. Here's Spinling attesting to it. I got 2 double gin and tonics at the restaurant. We then went to a store to go buy more alcohol. That is literally what happened. Which I then consumed. So another lie. If the truth hurts me, then why do you need to verifiably lie in the course of telling this story?
It's completely a lie. I don't think I have a screenshot of that, but yeah, if that comes up, that's my rebuttal to that.
Okay, so so Aiden was just embarrassed. Is that why? Is that the only reason why he sent you this DM?
His rebuttal was to cite Spinling as a witness that I had 1 drink. There's your witness.
I'd assume so, yeah. I'd assume so. He's pretty, like, embarrassed of everything. I mean, I
don't want to discuss my intimate sexual details online, right? The thing is, though, you've already, like, you've already shown your hand. It's already been leaked, so you can't, like, leak it again to further embarrass me. So now, I just don't care about you anymore, like, at all. Not in a way of, like, the only way I cared about you since was, like, is this guy gonna go and blow my shit up, like, online or whatever, and I'm gonna have to talk about this? You've done that now. And if anything, it's a little bit liberating, isn't it? Because what do I have to worry about now?
That's it. He was just embarrassed of being
I don't want to discuss my sex life online. Okay? I don't want to discuss it online. I don't know if that's like a hard concept to understand. It's just not something I want to do, right? It's a position I've been forced into now, but it is not something I want to do.
Bisexual? That's it? It's just
No, because he was like open. He was open that he was bisexual beforehand.
I just don't get why he did this. I just don't understand.
I don't know. Aiden's a weird guy, man. Aiden's a weird guy.
Well, he just suddenly flipped on you just like that.
Believe it or not, you can take advantage of a situation that falls short of sexual assault or rape, right? That's possible. There's nuance in these things. Even J Stock was talking about it the other night. He's like, there are like women that like describe something where they make it sound like it's sexual assault and everyone thinks it's an allegation, but they're not calling it that. And like people call them out over that. But like, I'm not a woman, obviously, and that's not what's going on here. But like, you know what they mean. There's like something in between that or whatever. He literally said this the other night, and I'm inclined to agree. Right? There are wrongdoings in the context of a sexual act that are not sexual assault or rape. Right? If you have to like lie to somebody to get them to like consent, that would be a wrongdoing. That wouldn't be a wrongdoing that would fall into necessarily sexual assault. But it would be wrong. Like, for example, if I'm like lying about my entire life to some girl to like get her to be into me, and then she goes back and like we fuck and she finds out none of that's true, right? Like, for example, if I overemphasize my income, right? That would be like, I lied to do that, but like she could still be like totally on board with the idea of having sex.
Well, it's pretty because I was like, yeah, I was pretty like, me and Aiden, we fell out a while ago, a while before this whole thing kicked off.
Oh, what
Like,
was
so
it? Why?
Did I pull this up yet? Like, here, this is the, like, when I was in the middle of my drama, like, shit was getting leaked. Everybody was like, this is the end. Like, people were saying this was like my fucking downfall or whatever. And I came pretty damn close. Like, this is the shit. The new Cabals picked their... This is after I've told them, like, how paranoid I was. The new Cabals picked their next target. I will sweep for you, Aiden.
A while before I was
Why?
hinting at it on the Jimmy O stream. We
Why?
fell out. Do you know what? I don't even remember. I guess like just some petty fuck.
Lying is lying. It's not sexual assault or rape. Words matter. Yeah, that's why I didn't use the word sexual assault. Yes, Dan, I'm glad we're in agreement, right? That's why the day he decided to, he did. You just made that up. I never hinted at this before. Okay, because I never wanted this out there, obviously. Like before, like for example, if you go like I'm literally saying, on the 24th, the day that he goes into gym, this might have been the day. No, it was the day. I'm not calling this guy a rapist or assayer. So yes, words matter, and if those words are the issue, I'm literally taking those words and saying that's not what's happening. Soul is not a rapist. I just need to keep clarifying that because my vague posting did not help. So the vague posting happened, Dan, after he leaked it. Okay, this is all after. I know you don't understand that time is linear because you're a fucking dumbass, right? So how this goes is he goes into Jimmy O's chat, while I'm on there, starts teasing to coax me into revealing stuff to make me nervous, right? That he was gonna leak it, which is when this DM then gets sent afterwards, which is what he says is the threat to me to him. And then these messages are occurring after the fact. The vague posting happened after he leaked that. You claim he took advantage. How would any yes, so I understand that people could misinterpret that, which is why I then, you know what, like, can get rid of misinterpretations? Clarification, right? Clarification. So I then went and clarified. The day of, and every time since.
Fucking shit. We kind of fell out.
No.
And then and then yeah, we just kind of soured. And then when the whole Destiny stuff kicked off, They were saying the Snark Left server isn't a doxing server, and I remember tweeting on my main on my account at the time when it was revealed that doxing had actually taken place in that server. That by technicality it is a doxing server, therefore Destiny's kind of won. I think I tweeted that out.
He doesn't believe any of this. He doesn't believe any of this. He didn't jump onto the fucking pro Destiny train until after I debated the guy. He doesn't believe this at all. In fact, he believes it so fucking little. This is what he had to say about Foodshops. I wish... Hold on. Jimmy sent this earlier. Did I save it? Yeah, it's right here. It's really weird, because, like, if you go here, for example, this is what he had to say about Foodshops a few months ago, for that matter. Wait, why isn't it? Fuck. I gotta just pull up the video. Media player? Alright. He doesn't know who Foodshops is, I guess.
We're pretending to not know who Shops is. Okay, bottom line, this mysterious person.
I think they're like I've heard that Foodshops is like a pedophile, right? I've heard Foodshops like a pedophile. But that's pretty much it.
So this is after, so this conversation right here is occurring on Jimmy's stream after he decided to take the fucking pro DGG side, like in the aftermath or whatever. Hold on. Mid-sex, yes! That's why there's not a police report filed. That's why nobody said they were going to the police. That's why people have said, that's why I've said every time since, this is not rape, this is not sexual assault.
Out and the whole community turned on me.
Was that the reason why? Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty the reason why I got like, and then like everyone turned on me at that point, and it's kind of over by then.
Just because of a tweet? People turn on you because of a tweet?
Yeah, like...
Alright, Dan, you're obviously fucking trolling. I saw you earlier typing pro-parry shit, saying you're waiting for Dicker's stream. You're obviously trolling, and you refused to call in, so you're bound.
They got me in a call for like 3 hours, and just like fucking tried to...
If you're gonna one guy, you have to try like a little bit harder. Took advantage when I was drunk and mentally in a bad place. Sounds like rape. Was that my verbiage? I don't even know if that was my fucking verbiage. But that would immediately been refuted by me clarifying after the fact, the day of, explicitly stating over and over and over and over again, he's not a rapist.
It's easy for the
I thought, to my DMs to him? Oh yeah, in my DMs to him. Yes, in my DMs to him. But that's different than what I said. If Dan's talking about what I said publicly, that could be misinterpreted, right? If Dan's talking about what I said publicly, that could be misinterpreted. I'm literally explicitly clarifying that that's not the case.
To debate, bro me out of it. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not the best at debating, so I don't understand all that. So.
When did Aiden send this DM at you? Because it only says 11:54 a.m. Can we get a date?
Which DM, sorry?
The one where he threatens you.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll just pull up my screenshots, see if I can find that. Stand by. That was on the 3rd of June, because that's when I took all these screenshots.
3rd of June. Oh.
Yeah, 3rd of June, yeah.
That was just a month ago.
Yeah, it was about a month ago, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I took the screenshot on the 3rd of June, so I'd assume...
This DM was on May 25th. He's lying, okay? He's lying. He took this screenshot on the 3rd of June. This is on May 25th. Well, I guess that's not... Sorry, I completely misinterpreted. I forgot we're in July for a second, so I thought for a second he said this was happening a few days ago. I realized we're in July. That is my bad. So to be fair, I don't think If he's saying it happened, I don't think this was necessarily an intentional lie. I think he got the date wrong.
Assume it's around then, yeah.
It's close enough where he got the date wrong, I think.
Okay. So you exited for a month, I'm guessing, after this.
I think it's
Wasn't able to give informed adequate consent plus physical. So it's a good thing this is not my public statement, right? So the public would not be misled, right? This is my statement to an individual, right? Who would probably understand what I meant in the context of what we were discussing. So I don't know why that would be relevant in misleading the public if this is a statement that you're only seeing because he's leaking it.
been about a month, yeah. I've not like really looked at what's been going on. I don't know what happened since I've left. But yeah. I know that you guys, I know that you and like Destiny, everyone, they've been going at Aiden. I mean, I wouldn't mind like helping out with that, but yeah. Yeah.
Wait, so you're just doing it out of revenge, like a ex?
Not like a scorn. No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I do think like obviously the snark community, I guess, is that the best way to put it, with like J Stalk, Queen and stuff.
This
They
is
say
another
they're not
reason
boxers,
why,
but
no matter what problems I had about this, I didn't want to be talking about this publicly. Because there's nuances here that will just cause a fundamental misunderstanding amongst people publicly, which is why this shouldn't be a public situation. Which is why I did everything in my power to not, like, I did not want this to be out, right? Like, any details about, like, us having a fucking, any sort of sexual exchange, right? So, this was not, like, something that was intended for the public.
I mean, there have been some instances where you could kind of say they are. Best way to put it. Not like a scorn. No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I do think like obviously the snark.
Wait, hold on,
community
I
is
missed
I
that.
know that you guys, I know that you and like Destiny, everyone, they've been going at Aiden.
After this.
I think it's been about a month, yeah. I've not like really looked at what's been going on. I don't know what happened since I've left. But yeah. I know that you guys, I know that you and like Destiny, everyone, they've been going at Aiden. I mean, I wouldn't mind like helping out with that, but yeah.
What? I mean, this is a little bit like, I hate to use these words because they sound like a certain streamer from Nebraska, but it's a little bit obsessive. Okay, it's a little to like see that months later. This was months ago. Get over it. Move the fuck on. You're literally trying to go out of your way to like reach out to people that you know are actively being with me, like asking to help out.
Wait, so you're just doing it out of revenge, like a ex?
Not like a scorn. No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I do think like obviously the snark community, I guess, is that the best way to put it, with like J Stalk, Queen and stuff. They say they're not boxers, but I mean, there have been some instances where you could kind of say they are.
Okay. No, I know.
Also, in this, I'd probably use different wording. You have to remember as well, this was not a statement for the public. This was a statement for somebody in private who knew every detail about what happened, so a fear of anything being misinterpreted was non-existent because he was a primary witness. Okay? So, this was not a public statement. If you're talking about what might mislead people, you have to refer to the statements I gave to people, the public.
Like for example, there was like a Dicker stream once where after me and Dickers met up, he just like kind of said my full name, or not my full name, but my actual name.
What?
It was just
Wait,
kinda like,
what?
this was in some vault somewhere. I pretty don't. I don't have proof of this.
Isn't it really weird that the first time we're ever hearing this allegation is now, when he has vested interest in getting into the good graces of Foodshops and Destiny? Isn't it really fucking weird that that is the first time we're hearing about this? Look, I shit talk Dickers a lot. I do. Dickers would never dox anybody. And I'm like, oh sure, the guy from the snark left me. Out of anyone that I could see considerably dox, he'd be the last fucking person to do it. Also, Soul gives his name out publicly.
Yes, you just gotta have to take my word for it. But like,
Wait, well, why would they do that? Why? Is that by accident? It's by
he
accident,
didn't know-
right?
yeah, I think it was accidental, but I don't know. I don't know.
Also, can we see some like proof or something? Or
But yeah, I'd happily talk more in private. I don't really want to be on stream too
Okay.
much, if that makes sense.
Sure.
talk in private. Okay, so his interest is not actually in trying to go on a crusade against me publicly. His interest is rather to confide his feelings to a pedophile in private, somebody that he has called a pedophile himself. Got it.
Sure. I mean, like, what was the point of even making this alt account? If you know, if you're already on here, and yeah.
And like yo, like even Foodshops is like, so are you like a scorned ex? Then what's the point?
Because I have another I have obviously another Discord account. I've kind of stopped really interacting with this community. Your stream popped up on like YouTube featured or whatever, so I thought I'd click on it.
Just happened for no reason at all. I'm curious, was I in the title before he called in? Was I in the title?
Because I've still got my old account. I've just obviously changed the name and stuff like that. I deleted all the videos.
Well, I mean,
that Ebenezer Sneezer, that is me.
well, I mean, now that you're here, I mean, like you're taking a side just by being here. You realize that, right? Like.
Oh yeah, I mean, I took a side
Yeah.
a while ago when I tweeted against the. I guess you guys lump them in as snarkers. I took a side against them when I tweeted out that the Snark Left server was technically.
What made you tweet that out in the first place? That caused you that much backlash. What was?
Because I guess it's what's right. Like, I
Because
mean,
it's what's right.
you know-
Yeah, this guy has really strong moral positions about the Snark Left server. He feels so strong.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Aiden, I heard you now have teleportation powers where you went to Newport Beach on the 4th to cause chaos by using your inner Perry to beat up multiple women. You ended up getting arrested and locked in the autism bus and used teleportation to get back to NYC.
True? Can we get this to Foodshops? I still don't know how we have TTS, but can we get this on Foodie's desk? Sounds reliable to me, personally. Sounds like this actually happened. Thank you to, how much was that for? Let's take a look. Thank you, Patrick, with the 3. Thank you so much.
No, they say it wasn't a doxing server and stuff, but then multiple instances come out where doxes have actually taken place in that server. Then by technicality, it is a doxing.
I've seen one instance of somebody who's already doxed, by the way, and this does not change, by the way. This does not change it being bad. I only say this because when it's the first time, that is objectively more harmful than anyone who shares it out there, right? When somebody makes it accessible to the public, it's going to be accessible, right? And that's the worst part of it, right? That person's now made it accessible to everyone. But then after that, people who spread it, put it on the radar of more people and make it accessible to them. But that's very different than like the first person to do it. That doesn't make it like it's still fucked, right? It's still fucked. But I've seen one instance, like from a year ago, of somebody sharing a tweet that had dox info in it. And I saw another instance where allegedly somebody had posted info outside of the server, but they were in it. That is the only evidence I've seen. So the one instance that could be considered doxing that occurred in this server happened a year ago. If it was 2 weeks after its inception, if it was a dox server, denoting that its purpose or one of its primary purposes is for the sake of doxing individuals, you would not have to go back a year to the server's inception to find an example. It would be a continuous occurrence if this was a primary purpose. It's like we wouldn't call a server a dating server because 2 people a year ago were in the server and got into a relationship or something in the server, right? We wouldn't call it a dating server because dating denotes the actual intent of the server.
Server, is it not?
Discord because of my
Yeah, sure.
Is in.
Wait, who is
So
this
that's-
person named
that's what made me
Colton?
tweet it out.
Who is this person named
Sorry?
Colton saying, did Soul delete Discord because of my DMs? Miss him? Who the fuck is that?
Colton of Swing. Holy fuck, Colton's here.
Who the fuck is
Jesus.
Colton of Swing?
Colton's some guy. Colton's some guy. He was like part of the lyrics community, if you know who that is. Liam
Yeah, I know the
Donovan.
lyrics. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Colin. He was like part of that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Giggles
Okay. What's your
70
relation?
for the $10. So Soli is trying to get in the bosom of food shops. Did he happen to age play as well? Did he happen to age play with you as well, Aiden? Public interest. No. To my knowledge, he's not a pedophile.
Is this another?
I just know it. I
X?
just know him online. I just know him. No, it's not
Okay.
another X food. It's not fucking hell.
Okay.
Jesus.
Dude, I'm just like poking whether or not you're like the Ramona Flowers of Gaylords, you know?
Jesus. No. I'm definitely not. But yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's all I'm gonna reveal, unfortunately. But it's been good chatting to you.
Okay, all right.
Alright, I'm gonna tell you this account now.
Happy X Pride Month, I guess. I don't fucking know,
Bye.
bro.
So
Okay,
stupid,
see ya. Bye. Okay. Bro, Aiden said this during Pride Month. Holy shit.
This was actually in May. May is not Pride Month, food shops. Why is why is every application on my fucking PC opening right now? I don't want Adobe Audition. Well, no, fuck, dude. Close? Yes, thank you. So that's the leaks, okay? That's the leaks. I think that I've done everything to demonstrate that what it was claimed that I was doing was actually not the case. I think that this person is obviously, you don't even need to listen to my words, you could listen to his, is obviously just incredibly spiteful. And I want nothing to do with this person, like ever. So, leave me alone. Thanks. Address the allegations that you were attracted to Reservoir. How many DMs do I even have with Reservoir? What? Where is that coming from? In the last year, I think I've DM'd him back, like, fucking 10 times. Was Soul drunk or just you and... So I was drunk all the time. In regards to him, he was like buzzed. And then there was one night where he was just totally sober because he was driving. But that's not really going to be relevant because as I've said a million times, I don't think that this guy raped. He's not a rapist. I'm not a rape victim, okay? This is just embarrassing. It's not traumatic. It's just regrettable and embarrassing. And none of it should have been public.
Is anybody?
Look in your general chat.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Sup, big dog. You trying to meet up later? I'll fly you out type shit. Don't mind Aslan. He is just the minor I groomed into living with me.
Thank you, Jimmy O, with the $3. Much appreciated. Look in your general chat. Okay.
Somebody please ask Aiden if he was ever said. Actually, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Okay.
If Foodie wants to ask me something, she has to call in and ask directly.
Hey, Aiden. UG? Aiden UG. Were you ever sexually attracted to Reservoir?
Where is this even coming from? I barely know Reservoir. Is that like an allegation now? I barely know this guy.
He's
not even along the same lines of what I have verifiably been into. No offense to Reservoir, but he's like some fucking, like, he's like some, like, fat, like, 40-year-old, like, bearded, like, I don't know. That's not even, like, along the same lines. So I don't know where that's coming from. Obviously, no. I don't know where the fuck I don't know why that would be. Anyways. The source of the allegation? This is an actual allegation? Yeah, dude. True. I'm deeply in love with Reservoir, actually. This is an admission. Did he
anybody
spit?
to be pro-Palestine?
No.
Like, what are we talking about?
I'm not answering questions about, like, the fucking intimate details of what, like, occurred, because that's just, I don't want to, that's, like, uncomfortable. I'll answer relevant details pertaining to what I'm being publicly accused of and what I have said. Okay. Where is the source? Let's see the source. When you were talking with Reservoir, straight after the Aiko Duck call, where Duck menaced Aiko with Aiko's docs, you talked to Rezi and told him to date man instead. That's the source that I was attracted to him. This, like, girlfriend just crashed the fuck out. I'm like, you should try your luck with guys? That's the source. Yeah, that was, like, completely dead ass. An obviously true statement. And a serious recommendation, and not being said rhetorically to call the person he's with insane, of course. Anyways, that sounds real, to be honest. I'm not into bears. I don't know what to tell you. Don't you think if I was trying to date Rezi, I'd actually, like, respond to his DMs? I feel bad, because he's DM'd me some useful stuff, but, like, our recent DMs, it's just, like, and by recent, I mean, I think the last time I DM'd him was, actually, no, I said yup on the first. I DM'd him on the first and said yup. He messaged me something, if I needed something about Darius, and I said, I don't need it, but if you have it, send it, it could be useful. And that's, like, I think, but before that, he's just linking me shit. I'm just not responding. Good job, by the way. Not responding. Not responding. Like, I'm sure Foodshops is just joking. I don't think that's a serious accusation, right? Didn't Rezi try to hook up with Aiko? I don't know the details on that. Like, I'm cool with the Rezis and the Aikos or whatever, but they live in their, like, own, like, little streamerverse bubble or whatever, and I don't know anything about what they, like, they have, like, years, like, a decade of lore behind all of them, and I'm not in a position, like, I have not put in the effort to learn any of it. Like, Duckbringer talks about this, like, smug bug person, or I don't know who the fuck that is. It's like kind of in our space, but, like, not really. Like, these types. It's like they're more like former breadtube types that, like, you know, and they're more so like when the fucking trans firebat shit was happening, like, they had their own, there was this own little, like, community thing out. I wasn't, like, going into any of that. Address the allegations you and Parry had angry sex after he went through your laptop. I can debunk those allegations, okay? Here's how I'll debunk them. You just, like, look at a recent photo of him, or go to his last stream, or, like, just look at any photo of him, or listen to multiple people describe the way he smells, because he smells like shit, because he's, like, a fat, like, sweaty lard ass. Did I see the latest Wick tweet? I did not. You should give Parry another chance to hit. Maybe because you like that. A good tell for if I'm actually into somebody or not is what is their how much older than me are they? And if it is more than 2 years, I'm probably not interested. Why'd you stay for a week? You liked it? No, I liked him. So I liked that he was like what I perceived to be my only like friend and shit, and he was like talking me through all of it and like validating like every fucking paranoid like thought that I was having. I mean, this is literally him like DMing me. The new Cabals pick their next target. I'll sweep for you. It's gonna be okay. Have fit. Like that's the part that I liked. I thought I had like a good friend when I felt like I didn't have anybody. And I know that's cringe and fucking gay to say, but the truth is it can't get any gayer than what's already been said. Let's be honest. It's been leaked that I got my dick sucked by a guy. So I don't understand. I don't know what I can say. It's gonna make this any gayer than it already is. I know it's like, hey, internet, here's some like embarrassing information to bully me with or whatever. But like it's out there now. No wonder Goat rejected you. So true. I miss when it was, dude. I miss the days of Aiden likes Goat Cato. Aiden likes Kinetic Cal. I miss the days of Aiden doxed a man's wife to impress Goat Cato, who then proceeded to reject him. I miss those days, honestly, compared to what we're dealing with now. I wish I could turn back time. And I would say that back then. And I'm like, listen, man, it can't get any worse. It can't get any worse. Stop talking about. I'm not embarrassed about any of this anymore because it's fucking out there. The Band-Aid has been ripped off. It's not like this can get like, this fact can get great. Like what happened. What happened is known to the public. That's not changing. So whether I talk about it or not, everyone knows about this now. So if I talk about it, I might as well give my side, right? Can we get some callers? Yeah, callers are always welcome to call on. You just join call-ins in my server, in my Discord server, and I will drag you in. Alright, anyways. James asked me, did you do Hellbent or was it just Queeman? I did not do Hellbent. I've never even been to Hellbent's apartment like everyone else has. On that trip, I was an asshole to Hellbent and actively avoided her. In regards to Queeman, I have not seen any. I'm the one that originated that rumor, and I've never seen any evidence to substantiate that it actually occurred. All right, our first caller. Hello?
Hi, so I wanted to ask you a question. Did you actually find Soul Skibbity attractive?
No. In a sexual way?
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
That's why, like, in the year of knowing him, there's no flirtatious DMs between us. I never, like, hit on him. I never ask him. Like, you can see, like, when I have been into someone, like, DMs have come, or I eventually just, like, told them, right? You'll never find this here, right? You'll never find this here, because it didn't happen. He even says as such that, like, there was nothing really happening for this trip.
Okay. I think that was my only question besides when's the next FAF event?
I'm I'm gonna have to pass, but appreciate it. Thank you for the call in.
Okay.
All right. I will be getting some new locks on my door. Okay. All right, where the fuck is where's Google Chrome? Oh, here we go. So, now that we've reached this point of the stream, Foodshops, we're not done with Foodshops, ladies and gentlemen. We're certainly not done with, and people have asked me to stop calling her Foodie, so I'm gonna make an effort to not do that anymore. Because apparently that's what her fans call her, and I'm certainly not a fan. Now, Foodshops has some allegations of her own, and I think that whoa.
What's that?
I think that we have, that's a fucking ad for Base 44, whatever that is. That sounds like a porno. The start of a porno.
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Yeah, Base 44, okay? So just so you don't just hear the, whoa, what's that? Anyways, what is wrong with your PC? This is my old PC. I'm back home, so. Alright. So, let's take a look. Because apparently, this is the one thing that DGG is very divided on, okay? Very divided on. The Foodshops question, the FQ, okay? There are many people that exist in Destiny's proximity that he's cool with whatever, that straight up believe that Foodshops is a pedophile and state as such. Destiny himself has said that he's unsure as to whether or not Foodshops knew the 17-year-old was 17, and that's why he doesn't step in to defend Foodshops on that. I don't know if that's true or not, to be fair, if he does, like, step in to defend her. But according to him, he doesn't, because per his own words, he's unsure whether or not she knew.
Like, for example, like think about it. You're a mid-30s person, okay?
So this is Foodshops debating, I guess, her own allegations.
On a platform talking about defending DGG, where I at least make money from this, and you're the one so parasocial for Steven that you want to defend him from me? Go.
Yeah, I'm sure that Foodshops literally will take the time to tweet out anytime Destiny, like, DMs her back. I'm not even kidding. Like, Foodshops constantly needs to reaffirm, Steven cares about me. I talk to Steven, guys. And you could tell that, I gotta be honest, I'm not just saying this because I don't like Foodshops. Because it looks bad. If Destiny does really like Foodshops, it looks bad, right? But I don't even think that he necessarily really likes Foodshops. I think he likes that he is a defender. Beyond that, I don't think he actually, like, likes this person as a human being. Like, Foodie is literally, sorry, I have to stop myself. Like, this is a tweet from, like, a few hours ago, like, or sorry,
Go take it up with
14
Steven,
hours
big guy.
ago. I have to put up with this motherfucker every day, bro. Thanks for the raid, bro. You gay. Yeah, I am. Let's say this is not Destiny here. There's nothing funny about this that would make you tweet this out. You're just showing us this because you want to prove that Steven DMs you back sometimes. I'm sure if we looked at your full DMs, it would be a lot of unreplied DMs. This is pathetic. Look, guys, me and Steven, we talk. We talk. Meanwhile, he's on stream being like, notice how, like, I never go in and, like, defend Foodshops on, like, the pedophile 17-year-old shit. Because I don't know if it happened or not.
Okay? Are you earning money off of this? Are you even employed?
I didn't launch into this doing this.
Well, you didn't have to accept. You didn't even have to accept the offer, but you did, right? So it's a double consent. No.
Would I let Foodshops hit? Not my type. Sorry.
There's just so many issues with this. Okay, number one, all right, it's like you're concern trolling for Steven. No. I can only go to personal attacks because you're not like we're not squaring. Yeah, you're calling me. Why should I not go to personal attacks? It just makes no sense. Thank you, Prime. Okay, thank you for that point. Yes.
Kaiser today is going to be 1v1ing Foodshops. Kaiser, what is your issue?
$25 for 25 Polish dollars from Denal, my best friend. Darius interviewed Aiko, the person who catfished Foodshops. Foodshops has been vindicated. Why don't you cover that? I can cover that. I'll happily cover that. If somebody links that to me, I will happily cover that. Because the former miner has DM'd me and everybody else that Foodshops knew her actual age. Right? So maybe her stories change, but I highly doubt that.
With Foodshops, perchance.
Right. Yeah. Do you mind giving me a second to kind of lay all that out?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So she's a self-admitted, she's a self-admitted lolicon. Okay. She consumes lolly, as far as I know, to this day. Right.
Basically synonyms, right? Lolicon is denoted as a genre for its depiction of prepubescent characteristics on cartoon children, right? And this, if that genre is what specifically arouses you, the genre that's distinguished for its portrayal of prepubescent characteristics, colloquially we could call you a pedophile, as in you probably have some level of fantasy or arousal at the thought of prepubescent children, right? And you would engage with that through the thing about the definition of pedophile is, you do not need to offend to be a pedophile. You don't, right? It could just be fantasies. I've said this before, we probably don't know the true number of pedophiles in the world because most of the time we only learn when they actually go and do something, get arrested for it, right? I bet you there is a large subset of the population that is afflicted by pedophilia, but also has impulse control and never offends, but we wouldn't know about it because they don't admit to it due to that like stigmatization or whatever. It doesn't change though that yes, they would be a pedophile.
I'm not saying she went after any kids. I'm not saying she's hurt any kids.
Aiden only reading super chats is a form of classism. I try to read chats, but super chats are probably better way to get my attention.
Saying she's had any victims. Okay, that's not my claim. I don't think that's true. I saw that Aiko person. She seems like a fucking schizo. What I am saying though is that she consumes lolly. She's cringe. She's not a very good debater. She's just not a good look for DGG. You know what I mean? And I understand that she's a good soldier for Destiny. I get that. I do. I really get it. I understand why he keeps her around. He doesn't give a fuck about lolly and who jerks off to what. I totally get that. 100%. I don't really either, but you publicize it and then you make all.
Aiden gets triggered by my chats quite a lot, to be fair. Why are you pretending like you intentionally? Come on, Black Cat. Why are you pretending like you don't know what you do? Right? I'm not saying it's bad or wrong, but you will like purposely make questions like inflammatory for the sake of evoking a response, which is fair. Totally fair. I do that to other people.
All of us look like shit because you're to people who are like 8 years old. Speaking of which, your fucking thing said.
To be clear, Aiden, I find you repulsive, but a good debater. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
You jerk off to like pictures of prepubescent kids, right? Can you give an example? Like, is this Lisa Simpson or Marlene from Final Fantasy VII? What are we talking about here?
This feels weirdly specific.
Hold on. I'm like siphoning the file pool in RuneScape. Okay, hold on. Okay, what's Marlene?
Yeah, take your time.
Take a look.
I mean, if you have to go through your notebook or notepad, whatever you got, you take your time.
I did cover your drama in good faith, Green. I wasn't jumping on the... I actually was probably the most balanced person to cover your stuff. And what do I get for that? What do I get for that?
Take as much time.
That is Kelly Jean, yes. I don't know what happened with... So I'm not like in the J-Stalk community. I watch J-Stalk sometimes if he's covering something that has to do with me. Because yeah, I'm a really like egocentric person. But beyond that, you know, I'm sure he has good coverage of things. I just don't really watch that, and I'm in his server, but I don't type in there. But my understanding is that him and Kelly had some sort of falling out, before, I think was it not before it was known that he was like properly with Cherry, and they had some argument on stream where about like her being treated differently than Cherry or whatever. And to be honest with you, all I remember is I didn't like some of what he was saying to her at the time. I don't know if that would be substantiated today, if that could have been influenced by my own biases at the time. I'd have to rewatch that conversation. Obviously you're gonna be unfair towards your partner, right? No shit. But I don't remember exactly what that entailed or why exactly they fell out, beyond that.
As you need, Queen.
Oh no.
You see it? Kaiser said it. Aiko was an unhinged liar.
Let me.
I don't even know who Kaiser is.
Siphoning this defile.
Denal, why do you act like it's new evidence when somebody's interpreting evidence that's already been available to us? You should be making your own interpretations. Just because somebody else interprets something differently, unless you inherently agree with that, that's not going to be new evidence of something, right?
Cool in RuneScape. Okay, hold on. Okay, what's Marlene?
Yeah, take your time.
Take a look.
I mean, if you have to go through your notebook or notepad, whatever you got, you take your time. You take as much time as you need, Queen.
Oh no, they're both way too young for me. No, I'm not into that.
The fallout was not related to those allegations. Why don't I just ask J-Stock? Alright, I sent him a DM.
I would probably say I'm into Aerith. Yeah. Aerith
Oh, you're speaking to somebody else? Oh shit.
Earth isn't underage.
Well, I mean, like,
so what kind of lolly do you?
Well, that's just the type I'm into. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
like,
but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Do you still consume lolicon?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay,
the term you're using,
like some of the characters depicted in your images.
I don't.
And what is lolicon, out of curiosity? How would I distinguish lolicon from another piece of Japanese artwork? What would be the distinguishing factor that makes lolicon out of curiosity?
Think I'm gonna tell you like because usually they're not like actual like characters. They're like,
well, give a rough age. Are they 5, 8, 7?
Does that matter?
So, Foodshops is right. That actually does not matter. And what I mean by that is canonical age never needs to be discussed in an allegation like this. Because I've seen anime characters like Hatsune Miku or whatever is canonically 16, and I've used that against people to snark. I only know who that is because of Smosh, because I watched that when I was younger or whatever, and there was like an ongoing bit about but Hatsune Miku compared to other anime women or whatever, like it's not like there's a noticeable difference or whatever. And canonical age is also used for like the 10,000-year-old dragon argument as well. Canonical age in the context of artwork is not going to tell us a whole lot. It can maybe contribute and facilitate allegations of a character looking younger. Like if the character is also specifically intended to be 8 and looks it, then that could be. But what's really going to matter is how the character looks.
It does matter, yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, this is a weird question to ask, mainly, I guess. But second of all, I would just say around like teenager to young adult, I'll say, yeah.
Yeah, what age are we talking about? 14, 15?
We need a total moratorium on anime in the age. Listen, I've made some very anti-anime statements in the past. I don't really watch it, so the only anime I watched in full was, I think, Death Note. But I've watched did I even watch Death Note in full? I think I did. It was so fucking long ago that I watched it, like I was a little kid. But I think I watched it in full. But beyond that, I watched a few episodes of Naruto. I think I saw one episode of like a Hunter versus Hunter, whatever the fuck it's called. But I haven't really watched a lot of anime.
17.
Is there a substantial difference between 14
There are
and
substantial
15?
differences between the different ages. Yeah, I would say so. So why don't you pick one that, you whack it to most aggressively?
Well,
Okay, this is getting weird. This is getting weird, bro. I don't know what am I supposed to say here? Like, what?
Lolly isn't just 400. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's just that. I'm saying that sometimes it is that, and they use that as their excuse. But the thing that is going to make Lolicon is the appearance and depiction, right? So canonical age is not going to be necessary for our argument because they use it to defend themselves, and we know that's a stupid argument because the character looks a certain age. James at the 25. Kaiser's on your screen. You have no idea what you were covering. You are Penguin's top boy. It's so obvious. True. Penguin, grape, cherry. True.
What?
Yeah, okay, so understanding what you would say here to defend your point is that Lolicon generally doesn't have, from my understanding.
I feel bad because it is like legitimately fucked, like the position that Jay Stockson put into or whatever on that front. Because like to adequately defend himself on that, it would involve like violation of the wishes of somebody he evidently cared about. So I feel bad, and based on my own analysis of everything that happened there, I've not seen any substantial evidence of like the only thing, and I covered this negatively. I've spoken about this negatively against him at the time. I think there was a conflict of interest in like what he was covering and like not disclosing who he was with. I think there was like a potential conflict of interest there. And I think it was a unwise decision, but who am I to talk about unwise decisions in the context of who you're hooking up with, right? But it is, I think the penguin grape emoji, cherry emojis are fucking funny as shit.
I think what Lolicon is, it doesn't have an age. Like they don't like say like this person's like underage. They
That's
just have,
true.
like they don't say like, oh, this person's 13. Isn't this so hot that they're 13? Like I went to Japan and I went to this.
Thank you for the 2 moon inbox. Alright, I'll check this out. Foodshops believes everyone should be doxxed, whether they are DGG or a snarker. Wait.
What is this like moral frogging over doxing this, doxing that? Oh my god. From my perspective, at the very least, we've already clearly crossed the threshold for all of this shit at this point. Just have everyone doxed. Just have everybody doxed. Why not? Why not? Why pretend as if we're still playing this game, you know? I just don't understand. Everyone, let everyone dox each other forever, okay? We're still playing this silly little game when people are being harassed IRL. Yeah, I'm good.
If people are being harassed IRL, doxing would enable that. So I don't know why you would want everybody doxed. That's really stupid. The ability to give your opinion on a party with the ability to cause physical or unfair malicious harm against you is ensured by anonymity when doing it, right? Now there are some situations where you do sort of resign your right to anonymity, but generally speaking, in the context that they use it in, no, it's actually good that people can maintain anonymity in certain instances because it allows them to voice their opinion freely. Now, I think that changes if you are, for example, I used to say, dox all doxers or something, right? Like if somebody's going around doxing and refuses to stop, if you dox them, right, you can use that as like leverage, or not even dox them, you figure out their shit and DM it to them so they stop doxing people, so be it, I guess. That's a stupid take, because the problem you have as well is that like even if it's fair or just, you can never ensure you're getting the right persons. There's a real possibility you're like completely fucking with like an innocent. You could be unnecessarily escalating.
To say something like, oh, well, I am only saying this on behalf of Aiko or behalf of somebody else, it's only because, well, she's not in her best place of mind. And
wait, I hear.
It's like I can't remember what the fuck it's called, but it's like a 30 fucking story thrift store, and they had this one section that I walked down on, and it was called BL, which is boy love, and it was just nothing but like obvious. I can't tell what age these niggas are, but it was obviously these people were prepubescent.
Dude, I'm coming down with something. I feel like actually like I've been getting like progressively like more sick throughout the day.
And they just were naked to the top. They had little dolls and stuff and shit. So if they didn't say like, okay, this is the age of this person, I guess it's just like a body type.
No, I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is like, do the kind of people you jerk off to come out of an element?
Also, most people don't live alone or have no connections, etc., and doxing them split. Yes, I said that. I've said that as well, right? It's unfair. Family members do not consent necessarily to the online activities and doings of whoever their respective family member is, and there's no reason we should be doing like North Korea level like if you commit a crime, your entire family is responsible as well. Like that's dumb.
Elementary school, middle school, high school, kindergarten.
I guess one question I want to ask first is like, what is the relevance of this?
Because I'd like to establish what you're looking at, and I will reserve judgment based on that. Because
I think the most embarrassing part about all my leaks is like knowledge that I've been intimate with a goy, because like in my mind that's like basically like bestiality, which I'm kidding. It's a joke, to be clear. Okay, I'm feeling.
There are levels, right?
What's
like
your line? What's your line, guys? Like, what's the age line thing?
I think it's more secondary sex characteristics, really. But we're not. I'd like you to say and just finally put it out there. What is your type? Like, what kind of child gets you off?
If I get word that you were looking for my docs, and I already have, I will immediately go to war. I dare all of you edgelords to go after me. I allow it. So I don't actually give a fuck, and I've said this before when people have been talking about finding who you are, which I've talked about as well. It's like people know that Denal is like somebody in our relative space. They want to know what the other username is. Like if I don't know if Denal is also Buttlicker6000, not who you actually are, right? But I've shut down like conversations of people discussing that because I understand that looks like finding docs or something, that you could take that out of context. The problem I have here is, what does going to war mean? You've actively lied about me. You've used AI to do it. You've replied to me with like 30 bot accounts at once, calling me like a pedo and shit. You've threatened to contact my family. You've spread the docs of people around me. So what is like going to war for you? Is this not war? Like, is it killing me? Like, I don't understand. You're already there.
In these pictures.
I hope people realize like how wacky these questions are. Okay, first of all right, wait, let's just say let's just say I'm an actual pedo. Okay, what next?
Yeah, let's say that. I agree. Let's call you a pedo. Let's do that.
Like hypothetically speaking, of course.
No,
like,
let's do it literally speaking.
Yeah. What? Literally? Hypothetically?
Yeah, literally, you're a fucking pedophile. Let's go there. But go ahead. What age did you think?
Well, I mean, I disagree with that assertion.
Because that's too confusing. Pick a school. Do they fucking finger paint to the, do the kids you jerk off to finger paint, or do they do like calculus?
Finger paint, but
okay.
I
are
don't
they
even
learning
think
their
about these
alphabet,
questions
or
at
are they
all.
doing algebra?
I don't think about these questions at all. Like I don't know why you're asking me these
I know
questions.
Okay, so I guess
he's gonna cause her to have another POCD. I'm kidding. I need to constantly emphasize this. Foodshops is not a POCD. Why do I say it's like, hey, you're not a professional, you can't say that. The way she's described her own illness is not consistent with POCD. Furthermore, she claimed a therapist told her she had it. The proof she presented did not say that. To our knowledge, no therapist has ever told her she has POCD. Right? She claimed her initial claim was that, if I remember correctly, and I'm open to being wrong on this, if I remember correctly, her initial claim was that a therapist told her or prescribed her lolicon to deal with her POCD. Now, what is POCD? It's not an official diagnosis. It plays into a consistent reoccurring theme with OCD, which is intrusive thoughts, right? And the way I've heard this described is it's like a rogue programmer in your brain that causes you to have involuntary images and thoughts pop into your mind that typically conflict with your preconceived morality and dislikes, which then causes the resulting distress, impediment to functioning, need for compulsions to alleviate the distress, because the image that is being forcefully placed in your mind is inconsistent with what you actually want, right? So for somebody with POCD, the distressing feeling that arises from these intrusive thoughts is, what if I am a pedophile because I'm thinking about this? And you can't stop thinking about it. It's like, I'm a horrible fucking person. What if I actually am this way? And what would the compulsion, you would do things like what's known as reassurance seeking. You would ask people around you, do you think I'm a pedophile? Do you think, maybe not like as literally as that, because you need reassurance that you're not, because that's your fear. And for somebody with POCD to go to a genre of content that sexually depicts prepubescent characteristics for the sake of achieving arousal would reaffirm the core fear that causes an impediment to functioning. It doesn't make any sense.
To say what Kaiser's trying to say is, when you say that you consume lolicon still, can you give us like a N hentai or like a a doujinshi link or something like?
Wait. I have a question. I have a question. Okay. Wait. You asked me some questions. I've answered some of them. Okay. I have a question. I guess if you have a problem with me, why do you have to debate me? Why can't you debate Steven on endorsing me? Because he rated into me today, like both on Kick and...
Steven actually has never, to my knowledge, Steven has never said you're not a pedophile. In fact, he's reaffirmed that he is not going to defend you on your allegations, right? I don't know if that's true or not, but he says it.
YouTube, like, well,
yeah,
like,
but it's his
wouldn't the problem you have with Steven, not me? Because like would you rather change?
No,
because I could be the worst person, but like, well, why wouldn't you just take it up with Steven? Like, send him an email or something. I have no complaints about that.
Listen. This is why. Because
Okay.
I have a problem with Hitler. I don't have a problem with
What?
like, a Nazi who is platforming Hitler.
Okay. You have to remember, she's being debated by a DGGer. So although she's like a stupid, worthless pedophile, I'm probably not going to agree with everything this guy says either, because he's in the community that props that person up. Albeit, he has his reservations with that. But Foodshops is right. He should be asking Destiny himself, why are you propping up a stupid, worthless pedophile? That's a valid point. But then what is this, dude? Although I'd have my issues with Hitler, I wouldn't... That's not what you want to say. You should have issues with the person that is supporting and platforming Hitler, yes.
You're Hitler in this situation. You are the fucking problem. So I'd like to address the problem and then...
Yeah, but the people that would prop him up would be enabling it. Right? They would be enablers.
Maybe we can go to Destiny and see what he's willing to bend
So you
on.
don't have a problem with all of the other Nazis.
Wait, okay, so the analogy here... Wait, so you said a Nazi
Yeah, that's not a good
platforming
one.
Hitler. So in this one, is...
No, I'm not going to shut up because you're bad at analogies. How about
Pie or
you
some
spend 2 seconds and rethink that analogy so it actually makes sense?
Okay, fair enough. I'll restate it. Okay, I'll restate it. I don't care so much that he's platforming you. I care that you're jerking off to kids
I'm not trying to be mean. I just want to know this before I proceed. Like, and I'm not saying this rhetoric. Like, you're not gonna believe me. I don't know what Kelly Jean thinks. I don't really know her that well. Does she have like some disability or something? I actually don't know. Not saying what she just said was stupid or anything. I just have noticed some things from her. And I'm just saying this because I want to know how to proceed. Does she have is she like disabled?
like coming out of a kindergarten after, with their fingers still wet from paint and shit. That's what the fuck.
Why?
So
I'm not
why don't you
harming
answer?
anyone.
What
I'm not
kind of?
harming anyone.
It doesn't matter because it's gross. It's fucking gross. It's and the worst part is that you're kind of trying to normalize it, which is not okay. It's not a normal thing.
Yeah.
I understand.
The biggest problem with lolicon and the open consumption of it is that you're normalizing the sexualization of children. It's the sexualization of children is something that is rightfully stigmatized and should rightfully be reacted to with disgust. Now, are there limits to that? What I mean by that are, if a guy has pedophilic desires or thoughts, but is disgusted by them and really wants to go get help, and hasn't done anything and doesn't plan on doing anything, I don't think the stigma should extend onto that guy. I think that guy, if he goes and seeks help and doesn't offend, we should be supportive of that, right? Because you can't really necessarily help the attraction. You can help what you do as a result of it. But other than that, the stigma against the open sexualization of children is a justifiable one that should exist, that the public consumption of lolicon would seek to diminish. $5 from Puddle Sucker. I've closer viewed pictures of Kelly and can professional confirm she has fetal alcohol syndrome. Thank you, Puddle.
I do think it's similar.
How am I normalizing
let me
it?
put it this way. It's similar to me being heterosexual in that I believe you were born this way. So that's understandable. It does not make it okay. You understand? Like,
Okay,
you should not
but
be
how am I
endorsing
normalizing
these
it?
behaviors.
But how am I normalizing it?
Because you talk about it all the fucking time. And
It's only because it's only because hold on. It's only because it's only because I'm responding to people, right? Like, it's only because I'm responding to people. Like, for example, if counterpoints, hold on, if counterpoints, right, who was a friend of Steven for like 6 years, right? If he keeps on talking about me, right, and talks about Lolly and me jerking on with Lolly or whatever the fuck, then I have to respond, right? Because he constantly like pedo jackets me, right?
Whoa.
If Steven's enemies keep on bringing up my attraction and whatever, like, it's not like out of nowhere.
If Steven's enemies keep bringing up your what? Your what exactly? I thought this was like prescribed to you because you had POCD. Steven's enemies are bringing up your what?
Right, I'm bored and I'm like, okay, guys, you guys need to all jerk it off to Lolly, right? Like, I'm never like.
The funniest part is, because she has had to talk about this so much, rightfully so, we have this nice collection of so many like funny Freudian slips from the people, from both her and the people that defend her.
That, right?
Okay, let's say that's true. No, not right. Let's say that's true. How did we discover this in the first place? Who the fuck brought it up? It had to be you.
Well, yeah, that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, so
And,
what the fuck?
yeah,
You opened the door.
Well, I mean, maybe you can go back in time. Maybe you can go back in time and tell me from 3 years ago to not say in the first place. But like, at this point, like, what's done is done, right? Like, obviously, I wouldn't do that again. But like,
Yeah,
3 years
it's
ago,
out.
right?
It's a shame you mentioned it. I think it's fucking gross. It's a shame, but
brother, I had 10 viewers.
If you became a dictator tomorrow, what is your top 3 laws you enact? I would impose, so I'm not super well versed on this issue, but I would impose very, very heavy limitations to lobbying, if not outright potential banning of certain aspects of it. I would ban cosmetic or religious infant male circumcision. And I know that's a controversial one. I would, what else? I would, that's a big question, actually. I'd have to think about it more.
Powerful.
I had 10 viewers back then, like, and
Dude,
I was
shut
a
the fuck up.
nobody.
You don't think it's powerful? You think
And-
it's gross too? Shut the fuck up.
And I hopped onto.
No, I think religious and cosmetic, like infant male circumcision, isn't really defensible. I have not heard good arguments for it. I've heard religious freedom arguments, but I don't think your religious freedom allows you to make irreparable, like, bodily decisions for people before they can actually consent to those decisions themselves, right? I think your religious freedoms should be, like, your religious freedoms should be based on what, like, you personally do for your own. Obviously, parents can make certain choices relative to their kids, but when those kids become adults, they now get that right to make choices for themselves, and it's not like they can go undo it, right?
Reservoir stream, okay, an anti-fan.
The other thing too is, if the law prevents, like, let's say religious Jews from circumcising their kids, the kids can just get circumcised at 18 and, like, repent to God. It's not like there's some irreparable sin now if the law was preventing you from doing that. And furthermore, in regards to Muslims who also regularly circumcise their male children, I don't think there is anything in the Quran that actually prescribes that, right? I'm pretty sure it's just a tradition.
To
that's a fail.
admit it, right? So what exactly, like, you're holding me for something 3 years ago where there's no actual victims? Like, I just see this as a non-issue, you know what I mean? You get
Well,
me?
that's nice. A lot of DGD disagrees. I disagree.
Well,
I think
let them
it's
have
a
issues
bullshit.
then. I'm okay with them having issues. Like, it's just
Send the hadith directly from the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that demonstrate that he prescribed that, because I've literally never seen that.
Get off with
Okay, so
Steven. Yeah.
One moment. So Kaiser, so pretty much, I don't know why you would like her to go into the specifics of what type of lolicon she watches.
No, the guy that got this to become mainstream in America is this dude. His last name is Kraft, and he's like he was like an event. I don't remember exactly. He was not Jewish. I don't remember exactly what religion he was. Judaism does not call for the circumcision of non-Jews, so it would be pointless for Jews to try to implement that on non-Jews. The reason Jews get circumcised is they believe it's part of their agreement or covenant with God, right? But it's their covenant. That's what they're chosen for. They're like, when they say the chosen people or whatever, they're chosen to maintain this like covenant and like abide by certain laws. But those laws don't extend to non-Jews. Under the Jewish religion, non-Jews are expected to abide by what's known as the Noahide laws. And to my knowledge, the Noahide laws do not prescribe circumcision. Oh yeah, Kellogg. You're right, Kellogg, not Kraft. I gotta confuse the other brand, the other fucking cereal brand.
Yeah, I think that point blank, if your issue is with lolicon in general, there's nothing she could say that would change your mind about it being gross.
I agree.
Or whatever,
you know what? You're
absolutely
right.
Which is fine.
You pick and choose with your old covenant. I'm not like a Jew by religion. I don't believe that. I'm agnostic. Which is, there's a bit more nuance to it, but I don't adhere to any major religion.
So I think we should move on to
like to know what age it is, because I think it really will clarify.
No, it's not important. I'm not going to answer that because it's not important.
It absolutely is important. If it wasn't important, you just say, you know what? I like 11-year-olds. They make my dick get hard.
Be atheist? I would be, but I don't think that science answers everything, and I understand that it could possibly be due to the limits of human knowledge, but I also have just noticed things in my life that seem to indicate possibly intentional design, or intentional creation. Now, that's not like a definitive. The truth is, I believe that if there is a creator, I have no way of knowing about him.
That if it wasn't important, you would say that.
I would say out of everybody, I'm most attracted to 21-year-olds. I'll say so. Like, for example, my Tinder profile.
21. I'm hiding.
Kind of age range starts at 21. It starts at 21 and it ends at 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Well, what do you mean? Like, I feel like that's really important.
Because I didn't ask I didn't ask that. I asked what kind of lolly you consume. What are the age of the characters in the lolly that you're depicting?
Okay, well, Kaiser, do you understand how
but what really matters is like who I go after IRL, right? Like if I draw a stick figure, right, on a piece of paper, and I say that this person is like 10, and I jerk off to the.
All right, 80, give it to me straight. Did you suck Soul's dick? No. For the 800th time, I'm not attracted to the male phallus, rather the sensation of a mouth on my own.
The stick figure, like, would you say that's a problem?
No, and that's a stupid fucking argument, and you fucking know it, and it's a meme argument, and I get it, because, you know, drawings don't have age and yada yada. You're jerking it off to images that look like children. They don't look like stick figures, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who am I harming?
So what the fuck are you bringing?
So it's not that you're harming people, it's that you're actively normalizing this. You're very open about it, right? The problem, like, if you are privately consuming this material, there's no way we would even know about it to take issue with it. When you're like very open about the fact that you're doing it, that does normalize being sexually attracted to depictions or the concept of a prepubescent child, which is something we should not normalize in our society and should maintain the stigma around, right? I said the only part about the stigma we should abolish is like people who don't offend that go seek to get help should be encouraged, right, to get that help, and shouldn't be demonized because they have an involuntary like attraction, so long as they're not doing anything with it and trying to get help.
Up stick figures for it.
Because it's a hypothetical. I'm just asking a hypothetical to test where your boundaries are.
Okay, I don't want a hypothetical. What school would you say they go to? Elementary, middle, high? Can you answer that, or are you too embarrassed?
Does that matter?
I'm actually kind of glad.
Why? No.
It's
It's
a flocking AG4L.
Really, no. I'm embarrassed because it's a really weird question, and I don't think
it's
you.
not.
I don't think
It's
I owe
not.
you an answer in this one.
You don't.
Like
owe
this.
me an
This
answer. You
has
agreed to the
nothing to
debate.
because this has nothing to do with the argument, right? Are you arguing against
absolutely
lolly
does.
overall? Because anywhere from depiction it could be
No,
anything,
it does be-
and it doesn't
you know what?
matter, right? It's all drawn.
Okay,
it's all drawn shit, right? No, like okay.
Okay.
Because no matter how young it is or how old it is, they're all drawn anyway, right? Like, what exactly is the differentiation here? There's no actual moral differentiation here.
Yes, so the drawn material. Okay, yes, but so for example, like if a guy is, for example, I don't know, he's aroused by the specific sexualized depiction of male characters, like highlighting the abs, the penis, etc., and he's jerking off that. This guy isn't doing anything with real males, right? You wouldn't be able to infer that there is a degree of legitimate homosexual attraction, whether that, doesn't mean that this person is necessarily gay. They could be bi, they could be, whatever. But if like that's occurring, right, they're looking at depictions of a real life characteristic, and that is that fantasization is what's bringing them arousal. And evidently, per Foodshops, the attraction to the characteristics depicted in Lolicon extends to real life people, because when Foodshops was messaging the 17-year-old Aika, Foodshops says, "I can't believe this like IRL lolly is like into me, like excited about that." What does IRL lolly denote? And Destiny played dumb during this, by the way. That denotes that the facets of lolicon are evident in the physical characteristics of the person they're speaking with. What does that mean? This person probably looks very young.
Right?
No, that's not. No, I disagree with that. But okay. So here's
How? Wait, why do you
because-
disagree with that? Why do you disagree with that?
We'll come back to that. Here's why I disagree.
No, I think that's the most important question.
Lolicon,
I think that's
as
the most important
defined,
question.
is
We'll
specifically
come back to it. We'll come back to it.
prepubescent children. So that's why I want to know if you mean it by the literal definition, or if it's just anyone under 18 to you.
It's specifically referring to a body type?
Yeah, what body type?
No, it's referring to an age.
Okay.
No.
A body type reminiscent of a certain age, but he's wrong, because a 1,000-year-old dragon could still be a lolly.
Lolly refers specifically
Well, you know what? You're
to
right. You know what? You would know more than I would about
body
Lolicon
type.
for sure. What body type is it? Didn't you say it was
Didn't I
boxes
say
or something
wait,
like
didn't
that?
I say wait, hold on, did I not
Aiden, would you accept Islamic rules for non-Islamic communities? No, I think the law should be able to be defended logically and rationally with evidence. And I think that the imposing rules based on imposing the rules of a given like Abrahamic faith would inherently be like irrational or not logical or supported by present evidence.
say teenager to a young adult? Didn't I say that?
I'm pretty sure you said boxes on your streams a couple times.
No. That's not
No,
what I'm
okay.
attracted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's young adult to young women when it's in your lolly.
Well, it wouldn't be young adult to young woman. I don't know what that means.
Well, you just said that. So what in your lolly?
No. You're
look like?
No, you're confused. I said
Maybe I am.
teenager to
Enlighten me.
young adult. I said teenager to young adult. You're not listening.
Okay. So what is
Yeah.
young adult to you?
Like 22, 21.
Foodshops, obviously, even if we know that Foodshops knew the kid's actual age, which seems to be likely, right? Even if we're to go with that angle, Foodshops obviously is somewhat inhibited by the law, and social expectations or whatever. So if food shops knew, believing the minors' side of events, right? Food shops was explicitly telling them like to in DMs always reassert that they were an adult, because food shops understands and is seeming to actively avoid the stigma, the rightful stigma associated with them actually getting with a child. So food shops probably does go predominantly for people that are of age, but those people would be younger looking people on the line who are of age. If they're going for them, that would evidently have characteristics that food shops finds attractive, like being and I quote, an IRL lolly. Like the genre of artwork specifically meant to depict prepubescent characteristics. So a teenager with prepubescent characteristics, or that are reminiscent of those, is what food shops is into.
That wouldn't be lolly, right? That wouldn't fall in the lolly category.
Well, yeah, I'm not only into lolly, you weirdo. Yeah.
What did you just say?
I'm not only into lolly, you weirdo.
But I'm
Like,
only asking about lolly.
You think that's the
I don't
only thing
care
I'm
if you like
attracted to?
gangbangs too, dude. I
don't know why you brought up gangbangs, but okay.
Because it doesn't matter. I'm talking to you specifically about
So real
your
quick,
lolly
just
shit, not your other fetishes.
So with Kaiser, if you're asking someone the age of the
He is
that's
so
like saying, okay,
invasive, Forest Cat says, after she was like cheering for food shops, like interviewing someone I was into for like every detail possible. This is public knowledge. People are gonna pry at it.
watch hentai. Okay, what are the ages of the people in your hentai? How are you supposed to, like, these things are pornography. They don't emphasize the age of the people. I understand that when you're talking about lolly, whatever
dude,
you're saying, like that one, like there's lolly made of like that one dragon maid girl or whatever. I don't know how old that thing is. People say like it's 2,000 years. You could, she technically could be right that they are 21 years old. Because lolly has a lot of like the people that are like billions of years old, but they have like adolescent bodies. So it's like, how when you ask this question, you're asking a question that's like not really answerable, and you're kind of just literally you're almost just like literally debating her to say like, oh yeah, I like.
Yeah, like here's the issue. Here's the issue. Okay, like it feels as though you're just trying to bait me into saying clippable things, and then but then I'm telling you.
Why can't you engage with the question? What's going to be clipped? Why can't you have an honest conversation about these questions that are a core part of your online presence, right? People, even Hassan has brought this up against you. So why are you unwilling? What would be clippable there? You're kind of admitting that any honest answer you give pertaining to your sexual attractions would result in statements that would be used against you.
Wait, hold on. But I'm telling you that like, I don't have any victims. All my allegations are fucking retarded, right? I only date women in their mid-20s, at least.
That's not true. You thought Aika was the age that you lied about. I thought you thought that Aika was like 18 or 19. When you were like, what, 25? So that's not true at all.
So I don't know what's the issue you have with me.
Also, earlier you said you were primarily attracted to 21-year-olds. So why did you say you're into mid-20s at least? So is this like another lie?
I think
I date my age.
I said Aika, not Aiko. Sorry.
I date my age. What? Like, where is the issue with?
I'm sorry. The age of the person the age of the minor you're in a relationship with that you supposedly believe to be an adult, the fake age in that instance was like 18 or 19. When you were 25. That's going to be a 6 or 7. That is going to be a 6 or 7 year gap. So, no.
What private pornography I consume that doesn't have any abuse victims.
It wouldn't be a problem if you just said, hey, I'm not talking about that anymore. And you stop fucking bringing it up in normal.
Okay, I would love to not talk about it if it weren't for the fact that every one of my ops love talking about it, right? And talking about my allegations.
You know, maybe you should get your fucking employees under control because your editor is the one who asked me to debate you on this topic.
Well, yeah, because they want to edit content for ad revenue.
Yeah, so what the fuck? They're working for you, though. So clearly you're getting something from it, right?
What is the point in bringing my edit? What point is that supposed to prove? I don't know what the relevance.
What I'm saying is like you're bitching that people are always bringing it up and my ops are bringing it up. Your fucking editor invited this meeting, dude. I didn't do it.
Yeah, because my editor, no. It's because
you are perpetuating it.
No, because my editor B thought that you bitched about me all day 24/7. Wait, is it true that you bitch about me 24/7? Darius, is this true?
No, that's bullshit.
I highly doubt that that's true. If Foodshops is saying it, I honestly doubt it.
Kaiser talk about me all the time. I don't know how true this is.
Well, when your name is brought up,
How do you
immediately
know
they just start calling you a pedophile rather than talking
Oh,
about what you were
Jesus.
saying or anything.
Yeah,
Which is more of the
no,
issue
I think
like,
yeah. I think the issue B has
don't
is
say
that
I'm talking to you about you.
I think the issue B has is that like a lot of people complain about me, but then there's very few that are actually willing to talk to me, right?
Well, I'm here.
Yeah.
But you're kind of dodging all the questions.
No, and you know what? Kudos to
There
you,
are people
right?
that actually want to talk to me. Foodshops actively ran from like debate requests from me. Foodshops is welcome to call into this stream. I will happily talk to you.
Comparatively to other
Kaiser,
people.
Sorry, not happily, but I will talk to you.
Quick question.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so Kaiser, what is weirder to you, saying that Lolly is a victimless crime, or intimately describing the children you are saying that she is jerking off to?
What do you mean? I don't understand that question.
So when you're sitting here like, oh, who are you jerking off to? Kids with their fingers covered in finger paint?
Oh,
Do you
wait.
not think that that's a little bit weirder than
Wait. My favorite person.
and Foodshops kind
Well, I
of?
was trying to get an idea of the age range that she's going for.
Okay, so like you implying, so like you having an implication over age range is the fucking problem here, right? Because if
No, it's not. I'm trying to
no, it
identify what she
actually
means when
is.
she
It
says
actually
lolly.
is. No, it
No,
actually
it's not.
is. It actually
It
is.
absolutely
By the
isn't.
way, I don't have a dog in this fight. By the way,
Well, you're here talking, so you have some kind
yeah,
of dog
I
in
know,
this fight.
but you're making a retarded argument. That's why. Because for some reason you think that intimately describing children that are being masturbated to is somehow more acceptable.
I'm not asking her to describe.
What? Okay, so this guy trying to ask questions about what potentially wrong things this person is into by referencing those wrong things, that's wrong.
Describe their areolas and shit. I'm asking for a rough age
You
range.
are
That's it.
describing the children, the age of the children that she is masturbating to, and for some reason you think that is less weird than saying.
No,
than
I
her
think it's
saying,
less weird.
Well, I'm
What
attracted to
is
a body
the-
type.
Wait, what is this argue? I'm sorry, what? That is that unironically, hands down, no performativeness. This takes the cake for one of the worst arguments I've ever heard someone make on a panel. This is like by far the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard someone make. In what world is talking about the age that somebody's attracted to weirder than actually being attracted to that age, assuming that that age is a minor?
Do you think she should be? You know what? That's fine. Yeah, you can say that, and I agree. Like, yeah, there's no victim in this at all. It is just drawing.
What's the
But
issue?
Like,
that's not my fucking point, and I never said it was my point.
So I'm not even gonna argue the victimless part. I don't
Yeah, I
consume
know.
any sort of like pornography because I don't like it.
Yeah, I
but
know.
I have a problem with your argument making it worse than it actually is by sitting here just like talking about kids and then like implying that somebody's masturbating to them. Like, well,
You know, speaking of a law, I honestly, I ask him for patience.
why do you
He
keep bringing
said
up
she
underage?
did.
But why do you keep bringing up children that are like under the age of 10? Like, what the fuck?
Because
When has she ever said? When has she ever said she masturbates to kids under the age of 10? Like,
She said she masturbates to lolicon. Lolicon as a genre is specifically denoted by its depictions of prepubescent characteristics, right? Prepubescence, you could assume, would probably be, it could be a little older than 10, but many times it's going to entail, like, many times in the context of lolicons, it entails, like, not, it, like, toddler-esque to, like, when are you not a toddler anymore? Like what? Fucking, 3, 4? 3's a toddler, right?
She hasn't ever specifically specified what the age is because I don't know what she's talking about.
I know that's a dumb question. I actually don't know. I know it's somewhere around that.
I don't know if she's talking about Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII or Lisa Simpson, who's in like what, the first grade or some shit.
6? Okay.
I'm just trying to get a range of where.
Wait, you're the only one that brought specific examples. I feel like. What the fuck?
Of course I did.
Nobody has brought up ages except for you. Like, do you understand? Like, what does a body type to you indicate? Like, what?
Because it's considerably worse if she's jerking off to like a 5-year-old than a 16-year-old to me. I mean,
Well, why don't you just ask this question? Ready? Why don't you just ask this question? Foodshops, what is the body type that you prefer? Let's start there.
Sure, yeah, that's great.
Teenager to young adult.
Right, but what is?
What's teenager?
She's already lied about the age that she's attracted to in the course of this conversation. Why would you ever take her at her word? Also, teenager to young adult. What teenager? What are we talking about when we say teenager? Is it 18 to 19 specifically? Because I don't think that's what Lolicon is depicting. How do you tell the difference between an 18-year-old anime character and a I don't know, 28-year-old anime character, right? We could probably pull up a bunch of images to guess the age of adult anime characters, and you probably wouldn't be able to. Lolicon specifically is denoting prepubescence.
Okay, developmentally.
They have to have secondary sexual characteristics. Otherwise, I'm not attracted to it at all. Yeah.
Well, that's positive.
There you go. That was.
What do you mean? I said that the entire time. You're just retarded. You're not listening. Go ahead.
There you go.
Sorry.
Easy.
Say that?
Question, wasn't it? Wasn't it so easy to just ask?
Wait, hold on. What does teenager to young adult mean? What do you think that
I'm
means?
bad at this anyway.
Hold on. What do you think teenager to young adult means?
It can mean a lot. I mean, technically 13 is teenager, so is 19. So that's why, I mean, and these are very different developmentally and, socially and physically. So you gotta fucking be a little more specific.
Okay, I feel so to any common person,
If if we're going by an established type in real people, it is younger looking teenagers, because she believed that Aiko was 18 to 19 and was specifically excited by the fact that this person was, and I quote, an IRL lolly. Now, lolly, like as Des pointed out, it's true that lolly is a cartoon, but what type of cartoon is it? It's a cartoon that specifically is denoted by its sexualized depiction of prepubescent characteristics. If you're putting the term IRL in front of it, you're denoting that those specific characteristics are somewhat evident in a real life example, right? Or carry over to some extent. So the inference would be younger looking, like flat chested, maybe very short, petite.
implies that they have to have like secondary sexual characteristics, right? If I actually were describing prepubescent if I actually were just primarily attracted to prepubescent children, wouldn't I say like they have to look under the age of 10?
Primarily. Got it. Okay, no, I understand. So Foodshops not primarily attracted to prepubescent children. They're just attracted, but they're attracted to other things too. They're attracted to teenagers. That's not prepubescent. Oh, that makes it better.
Something like, why would I say teenager to young adult?
I don't hang out with a lot of you people.
No. The problem is that you interpreted the thing that I said in such bad faith. I feel like
I can't interpret it. I asked because I literally didn't know. I didn't know what your range was. Now I do.
No, but I said teenager to young adult. Like you can make like a guesstimate at the very least, right?
I know,
like it isn't like it wouldn't be like at least it wouldn't be like 9 to. Wait, it's not bullshit. That's literally the minimum age I set on my Tinder profile on what I'm looking for. It's not,
what's the minimum age you set?
But I said teenager to young adult. Like you can make like a guesstimate at the very least, right?
I know,
like it isn't like it wouldn't be like at least it wouldn't be like 9 to. Wait, it's not bullshit. That's literally the minimum age I set on my Tinder profile on what I'm looking for. It's not bullshit. It's substantial, right?
That, but obviously,
Can we see proof of that? Can we get proof of that?
21-year-old isn't going to be in lolly. Darius, can you get that off? It's fucking distracting me.
Also, it's a lie that your minimum is 21, because per your own story, you believe that the person you were in an intimate relationship with was 18 to 19 while you were 25 years old.
Sorry.
So,
yeah, it obviously wouldn't be a lolly. Yes.
So to be clear, I do not condone.
Hey, didn't you ask your question?
Right. So like I just want to make this ardently clear because I think that it's important for me to ask these questions as well. I personally disagree with lolly. Why do you agree with lolly, Foodshops? And I'm sorry.
Agree with it? It's not about disagreeing or agreeing. That's a stupid way to put it, right? It's about she's attracted to it. She's like aroused by it, which should probably concern you if you're capable of making inferences.
Sorry to put the pressure on you, but
well, because there's no victim. That's it. No direct victim at all. Like there's no victim.
Okay, but okay, and I'm playing devil's advocate right now. So you would not say that like AI generated like underage porn is okay, would you? I'm not gonna say
it is not okay in the sense that you don't know whether or not like there's an actual child victim, right? Because there's no difference.
But what if hypothetically there's not an actual child involved? What would be your take on that?
There, yeah, like that's the issue.
Okay, so it's literally drawn versus like how realistic does it have to be?
Not at all. Like fucking manga and anime shit. Yeah, I'm not attracted IRL at all. Like to kids at all. Like it's not even close.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the distinction I wanted to make. Because I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm sorry. I know I'm like kind of being an ass right now, but these are questions that I wanted to ask as well.
You're fine.
Yeah, so, because I didn't know at all. But so we can say quite plainly that it has nothing to do with.
A lot of dudes like 18-year-olds, kind of cringe, but not that rare. Well, yeah, for sure, but Foodshops is specifically stating that her minimum is 21, which isn't true, right? She's gone for an 18 to 19-year-old. Also, the traits that she is specifically noting in that 18 to 19-year-old are traits that lead to the description of IRL lolly, meaning that amongst the depiction of prepubescent kids, some of those traits are evident in the on-the-line adult that they're speaking to, right?
With a real life person, right? So like the picture, the drawing is not a real
Yes,
person.
yes,
but
it has nothing to do with our people at all. Like in any way substantial. Yeah, no, nothing. Nope.
So if you were, so what characteristics are you attracted to in like? It sounds so weird saying it, like in real life,
Isn't it? Yeah.
like human.
Yeah.
Humans, I don't know. What do you call them?
Oh, I like boobs and hips. Yeah.
Boobs and hips. Okay.
But the boobs can't be too big. Okay, otherwise I'm just not attracted to it anymore.
Yeah.
See, isn't the answer a little weird? Isn't the answer a little weird for like answering weird questions? Like,
so what? So then why? So what arouses you about Lolicon? You know what? Let me just DM Foodshops and ask if she wants to call in. Okay. I've been sent evidence that seemingly indicates that I might need to go back on my initial assumption, and I know this isn't news for everyone. It seems like Denal might actually be Starbase. Once again, it's very circumstantial, but this would have to be a crazy coincidence.
Oh, this is weird.
Well, yeah,
Kelly,
this is a
what's your
weird-
thoughts?
really weird topic. I mean, I think it's more important to ask very direct questions instead of saying, "Oh, do you masturbate to kids with paint on their fingers?" Because that's
Thank you
that's
for
a
that
weird.
note, Alishness. I appreciate that. Are you done with your questions now?
I just
Is
don't
that a
know
question?
why you would worry about Foodshops making Destiny look bad when he does a good enough job of that himself.
Shut the fuck up, Kelly. Are you done, Alish?
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, okay.
Foodshops.
Fine.
I want to press you on a couple things you said. You said you went to a therapist.
Wait, give me 1 second. I'm really happy he's pressing her on this specifically, by the way, 'cause she does not like to answer questions pertaining to her previous statements on this issue at all. Apologies, I am back. How are we doing, stream stats wise? I don't even check anymore. Whoa. Really quick. Even they can't stand her. Yeah, it's funny when they when you could tell they obviously agree with some of our opinions on certain people. And normally that comes out when they talk about Foodshops. How are we doing on the stream? Almost 200. That's not bad.
Because you were afraid to be around kids, you crossed the street when they came by, shit like that. But just now you're saying you have no attraction to kids. Can you square that for me? I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't have any attraction to kids, but I have POCD. You can literally be asexual and still have POCD. Basically what it is you have a fear of yourself being a pedophile because you have OCD. It's a manifestation of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the fear, in of itself, the fear is irrational. That's the point. And you have to you have to.
Sorry, I'm back. That is not. That's part of POCD, but at its core, that fear is reinforced by constant intrusive thoughts. So what intrusive thoughts means is that they're unwanted and involuntary. And in her case, she's actively seeking out the instance of being aroused by depictions of prepubescent children. That doesn't sound unwanted, does it? Also, we have never seen evidence she's actually been, a therapist has ever said she had this. She showed evidence that didn't say that. So I don't know if she has any proof that any mental health provider has ever said that she has POCD or that she was prescribed Lolicon.
To care about kids in the first place in order to have POCD. You have to be willing to accept that being a pedophile is bad.
You do not. Yes, if you know what POCD is, somebody with POCD thinking that they're actually getting aroused by Lolicon, that would cause a mental breakdown, or assuming they're untreated or whatever. That the thought of that would reaffirm the core fear that constantly eats away at them and is reinforced by their intrusive thoughts. Somebody with POCD might literally avoid situations where they're around children at all because they're so scared of those intrusive thoughts. Somebody with POCD might be triggered by even the sight of a child.
in order to have POCD in the first place, right?
So I had something similar, but it was with the N word. When I was at work, when I first got the job at McDonald's, I kept thinking I'm going to say the hard R because everyone I was hanging out with was saying the hard R. So I would be checking people out, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going to say it.
I think everybody, not like that exactly, but like I think everybody has like that kind of thought where like I've been sitting in like a ceremony where everyone's supposed to be quiet, and like my mind keeps telling me, what if you get up right now and like shout, there's a fire in the building, right? Obviously I don't want to do that, but like it's in the back of my mind that like is like saying, what if you did that right now, like in a bad way, right? In a bad way. I think everybody has sort of like had something maybe like that, where it's like, what if you did the thing that isn't appropriate for this scenario, or like you're worried that like if you get up and give a speech you're gonna say the fucking wrong thing. What denotes the intrusive thoughts for people with OCD specifically is that they're so severe that they act as an impediment to functioning, and the negative feelings associated with them are typically resolved through engaging in compulsions.
Say it, I'm going to say it. So I don't really get that with the attraction to kids, but I understand, the sentiment. You're kind of like self-schizoing out because I never said the hard R. But,
yeah, it's kind of like gaslighting yourself, basically. Yeah,
that's interesting, Darius, for sure. But anyway, Foodshops. There was this other quote that stands out to me a lot. I think you were memeing, so maybe you let me know if you were. Something about you want to wrap yourself around a little girl like a 12-year-old. Does that hold up, or was that a joke at the time?
I was joking. It was shock humor. Yeah.
Okay, shock humor. Fair enough.
Yeah, it caught. You can ask Jay Chisel actually. Like he was the other person in that call. He was taken aback, and that was my goal, was to shock him. Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Wait, you realize I'm like debunking all of your shit, right? Like you have no ground to stand on.
I literally,
like, I don't know what exactly you're trying to get at here, right? Like you're moving from point to point, hoping to grasp. No, but you're moving from point to point, hoping to grasp at something, right? Like a slip up or something. But I don't know, man. Like this is kind
I'm
of
really
weak.
just trying to clarify your positions on all this because you say you're memeing about half of it. So that's fine. You say that's a joke.
I mean, we can keep on going. We can keep on going, but like, I'm just gonna say like you're not really making a compelling case.
Wait, somebody sent me a clip. By the way, hold on. Let me take a look at this. Who is, not to out anybody here, but who is Zonia, by the way? I actually don't know. I've heard the name get brought up, and this person has linked me useful stuff, I think, once. But I actually am not, like, super familiar with who they are. Okay, this is from timestamp 1 minute to 6 minutes and 39 seconds.
What I understand, the average pedophile doesn't have an uncontrollable urge to harm children. They have an attraction, much like how a man has an attraction towards a woman, but an uncontrollable urge would be something that is, by definition, I guess, uncontrollable, meaning they will eventually go after somebody. But when
that's not true. What?
Towards a woman, but
so an uncontrollable urge would be the urge to do this thing exists, and you can't get rid of the urge to do it. But that would be uncontrollable. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can't control whether or not you go and actually do it, right?
But an uncontrollable urge would be something that is, by definition, I guess, uncontrollable, meaning they will eventually go after somebody. But when I say non-offending, it means that they are able to control that. Would you be more comfortable with them, like, being near schools or being near playgrounds or, no. Like, or would you, even if they weren't doing anything?
If they are attracted to children and they're honest and they have no ability to control that attraction, that means that in a moment of weakness,
they should be seeking treatment and avoid situations where they're exposed to children. Yes, within reason, right? If their mental health provider or whatever says you're allowed to go to the park even though there's kids there or whatever, I mean, I guess that would be not necessarily an issue, but generally speaking, like situations that would demonstrably put you in significant proximity to children on a regular basis, like working in a school or something, even if you were non-offending, getting treatment and not going to do this thing, there's an evident risk there that isn't worth, there are plenty of occupations that don't involve you being around that, and you, if anything, if you're working to treat that urge, you shouldn't be, like, regularly exposed to the thing you're trying to avoid, right? It's like, I don't think that, like, they'll tell you if you're, like, a former addict or whatever, like, you probably should, like, cut off your friends that are, for example, like regularly using like drugs around you or whatever, because even though you have it under control, to have it near you at all times, there's still that like, potentially that that could potentially on a bad day lead to the onset of you maybe relapsing, right?
They can harm a child. That must be protected above all costs. So they should be voluntarily castrated and interned in a place where they don't.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, because there are a lot of people that have sexual urges or are satisfied or aroused sexually by given things that they never act on in reality because they have impulse control. Castration, if anything, the world I want to see a world where these people are comfortable going and telling a mental health care provider about their attraction to prevent anything from happening. And I don't want the world where we find out that someone's a pedophile. The only time that happens is after they've touched a kid. I don't want that, right? Because I don't want kids getting touched, and I don't want kids getting hurt. I don't think anyone does. And the part of that is going to be people with these urges seeking out treatment before that happens. And nobody is going to go seek out treatment and admit to this thing if you're talking about performing a medical procedure that would completely castrate them.
Have access to children. Do you disagree? Do you think, would you be comfortable if you had a child and someone said, well, I can't control that I'm sexually attracted to children, but I'll do my best to make sure I don't offend? Would you be comfortable with that person around your child?
The way I see it is that just because a man is attracted towards a woman doesn't mean the man is going to necessarily go out and sexually assault a woman, right? And you can argue
partially true. Yeah, partially true. That doesn't mean a man could be attracted to a woman and never actually be sexually intimate with women or seek it out. He could just the self-report. I'm kidding. So Foodshops is actually correct on this, right? Which is why I theorize that there are more pedophiles out there that we know about that we just don't know about because they're able to control their impulses. Like, there are people that are aroused by the concept of rape that don't go out raping people. And I'd assume that the same would carry over there in many instances.
that in a moment of weakness, the man might lose their head and actually go out to, sexually assault a woman. But at the same time, for a pedophile, what it seems like from the Q&As I did with actual pedophiles, that...
Oh, wait, sorry, you said chemical castration. My bad. I completely misunderstood. No, you're correct. You're correct. That is... But I've also, I also know that there are tons of negative side effects to chemical castration that might be unappealing to people that do it, right? I think that's an option if you've shown that you're unable to control those urges. Then yeah, you should that should possibly be an option, right?
Would you have them around your child? That's all. Simple question.
The example I think of is, I don't know if it's obviously not going to be the same. It's obviously not going to be the same as they used to do it. But the examples I think, and people I have heard of that have been chemically castrated, the best example being Alan Turing, who was involuntarily chemically or to avoid a prison sentence, ended up taking chemical castration after he was committed, which was a crime in England at the time, of sodomy for having sexual intercourse with an adult male. The judge gave an ultimatum that he could castrate him, he could get chemically castrated or go to jail. He picked castration, which caused a series of side effects that contributed to him taking his own life.
Personally, if I personally know them as a person, as a friend, yeah.
And they're telling you, I'm attracted to your daughter, your 2-year-old.
Yeah, they can say I'm attracted and stuff, but
I suggest
as long
moving on
as
to the
they
next
went through...
question.
Okay, all right, okay.
Don't ever have children. That's disgusting beyond belief.
I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to have a little girl to wrap myself around.
I have never heard this clip. That doesn't, the thing is, I haven't even used Foodshops calling herself a pedo because those look like jokes. The clips I've seen, that wouldn't be my evidence. Those look like they could be jokes. That does not sound like a joke, at all. That does not sound like a joke.
Oh, you're big spoon is what you're saying. Oh, I get you.
I need to have a 12-year-old.
Dude, that is not a joke. The thing is, people like Green and my server will play into the fake pedo bit or whatever, because it's an edgy thing to where they'll say where they'll say like, yeah, like I only go to try and pick up dates at schools or something, right? That's an obvious joke. It's an edgy shock humor sort of comment. None of this sounds like it's being said in a joking context. How have I never seen this clip?
What? That's so crazy that you said that. She wants a little 10-year-old girl. What the fuck? Is this like known or something?
Would they say that lolicon is the only thing preventing them from going out and raping kids? If that really is the case, I say we should allow these guys to go and acquire the lolicon.
You're not attracted to children, right?
What? This is how have I never seen these clips? What? She won't answer?
I'm trying to think.
What? How old was she here? How old was she here?
Are you attracted to children?
No. What the fuck?
Okay.
Wait,
Did she just not hear?
I thought
Cool,
that
great,
wasn't-
holy
I
shit.
thought that wasn't the question.
Oh my god.
What?
God, that's literally that was what I just said. Oh my
Wait,
god.
I thought that wasn't. I thought the question was
so obviously lying to. The other thing that is so great about covering her is that she sucks so much at lying that, like, to anyone that is not in their cult, you just need to play the clip of her trying to give a position or a statement she obviously doesn't believe to be true, and she sucks at it. She can't hide it with her tone or her facial expressions. When she's lying, she always smirks.
Attracted
what
to
the fuck?
lolicon.
Yeah. I think I literally admitted to this before on stream.
Do you think lolicon is pedophilia?
No.
Do you
It's
seek
still
out
probably strongly
lolicon
correlated.
regularly to masturbate?
Like I would say probably out of my like
So
top
you just
5.
like do you seek out loli? Is
I
like
would
what
say
I'm
I would say probably out of my top 5 or top 6 or whatever the fuck, right? For kinks or fetishes or whatever.
Is like, do you mean like the
it
aesthetic
is-
or just like the kids?
Probably it's definitely the power difference. It is more of the power difference more than anything else. Like it's probably only the power difference.
To be fair, that is consistent actually with a lot of people that we would colloquially refer to as pedophiles. Now, would they fit the technical sense because it's not the primary attraction? No, but there are a lot of people who molest kids who do so because of the power difference. That's like or there are like sadistic pedophiles who are motivated by sadism, and like kids are like naturally, I guess, like obviously don't have any of the power in the situation. It's not necessarily going to be the main thing that's driving them. It could co-occur with another, interest, but this is actually consistent with that.
It's kind of fucked. Wait, do you seek out lolicon specifically?
Thank you for the $2, cats a flockin'. Aiden, it's all just jokes. Well, hold on, I'll pull this up in a
Or
second.
are you seeking out something that has the aesthetics of lolicon?
Wait, hold on. I wouldn't search up specifically lolicon because that makes me feel guilty. But like, I'm saying like, I don't know.
Just generally, you don't know how to communicate. That's why I'm trying to get you to read that.
Wait, in that specific example?
Because I feel like this whole thing, it's like you're like, okay, so it's a dominance thing and an aesthetics thing. If you're into the aesthetics, that's like way different than being into lolicon. You know what I mean?
Wait, but I.
No? Okay, Rezi's a little wrong here, right? You could be into like the aesthetics of childhood that drives the proclivity.
Do you jerk off to lolicon? What the fuck?
Yeah, but do you jerk off to? Oh my god, I fucking can't stand you.
Hold on. You said, "Are you a pedophile?" I said no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then I just ask, do you seek out loli to jerk off to loli?
Yes, but it's I say it's
And
strongly
specifically
I said it's correlated.
loli.
I said lolicon is pretty pedo adjacent. No, yes, it is absolutely pedo adjacent. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like I am more than happy to call it drawn child pornography. It is literally child pornography.
Foodshops, in her own words.
Before we dive into this, we need.
Oh god. Thank you for the clip.
Case against me. I don't know.
Oh, that's great. Well, yeah, that's fine.
Also, you should take it up with
if you wanna
Steven,
run,
right? I just don't understand. No, I'm not gonna run, but like, I just don't understand why you wouldn't take it up with Steven. Like, isn't this like, oh, because if Steven didn't endorse me, then this would no longer be an issue, right? But like, whether or not I'm attracted to X or Y, like,
you don't need to take it up with Steven. Steven has admitted he's not going to defend you on the allegations about your interactions with a minor because he's unsure. So you don't even need to take it up with Steven, do you? He's admitted that he's unsure.
Doesn't matter. But the problem is that these years are always afraid of challenging Steven because they view him as some kind of god or something. So they always like refer down to an orbiter that he promotes instead. It's just stupid, right?
Well, you're the one. Of course, if they're fans of Destiny and you're the person expressing the attraction, the first person they express their grievance to is you. Now, it is correct that their grievance should also be with Steven for propping you up in his space. But primarily, they're going to take issue with the person that is the problem, right? The enablers of the problem can come alongside that or later, but it's just kind of natural that you'd be the first person they're taking this issue to.
No, because his claim is very clear. He doesn't care if what people jerk off to as long as real kids aren't being hurt, and that's fine.
Wait, then you should challenge that claim, right? If you disagree with him. I just don't get why you... Wait, then what issue do you have with my claim? Because my claim is exactly the same thing, no? Like, as long as real people aren't being hurt, then what's the...
actively doing it and bringing it up and perpetuating it. And
wait, yeah, but I already answered that. I already... Hold on, I already answered that, right? Like, it's only because other people bring it up.
You tried to. I don't know if you answered it.
Try to? How?
Yeah,
you haven't even given me one example of me bringing it up myself.
Well, I did, though. Your editor asked me to fucking do this whole thing. I didn't want to do this.
Wait, how is that the same as me bringing it up myself? Because, again, you're the one who is stating the case, right? And I'm the one responding to you.
The team fucking welcomed the conversation.
Well, yeah, you're the one making the claim, and I am the one that is responding to you, right?
I'm not even the one who made the claim, man. He set the fucking top.
Dude, I'm negotiating right now with my brother for his chair. So this is my brother's chair. I have a different chair at home, and like it's like really like the back is like short as fuck, so it hurts my back. So I stole his, and right now we're negotiating about renting his chair from him.
Wait, yeah, but that doesn't even help your case because your entire point is that I bring it up myself. But literally, if it is you having a problem with me, right, aren't you like a part of the issue? Because you bring up the issue that then I have to address, and now that brings up other issues that I have to then address, right? Like, isn't that kind of the same thing? No?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Misha just showing up and agreeing to do this is
okay. So this is retarded, right? So you're retarded.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
you're retarded. Yeah, there you go. Boom.
Yeah.
Wait, did Darius' stream crash?
Yeah. My fucking PC blue screen.
Oh shit.
I'm restarting it.
Bruh.
Yeah, it's the first time it's happened in a while, so that's interesting. Oh,
Darius, what the fuck? Damn. This is.
But you're saying you're not a pedophile, right?
No, I'm not. This is so anticlimactic. What the fuck?
I don't know. It's just very confusing.
Wait, so what do you mean confusing? I feel like I laid it out clear. I'm into.
You laid it out clear, but you lied. You said the minimum you go for is 21. We have evidence of you going. We have evidence of you going for somebody that, at best, you believe to be 18 to 19. That was actually 17. When you were 25. Right? So that's just not true. You've lied in the course of this conversation, like, repeatedly. And then you later said that the minimum you would go for is mid-20s, despite earlier stating that the minimum was 21. You're clearly making it older for the sake of winning the conversation because not even you can keep your fucking story straight for what your minimum is throughout the course of this discussion.
I'm into young adults. Petite young adults, okay? Yeah.
Look at the little half smirk she does when she lies. Do you not, like, am I, like, being, like, crazy here? She's such a bad liar.
They're sexy, they're hot. I think Steven's into the same thing, actually. Adults, okay? Yeah. I feel like I laid it out clear. I'm into young adults. Petite young adults, okay? Yeah.
She does, like, the guilty, like, kid that got, I almost said minor, with their hand, a kid with their hand caught in, like, the cookie jar or whatever. Like, that's the sort of expression she makes when she's just, like, lying about her pedophilia.
They're sexy, they're hot. I think Steven's into the same thing, actually. Yeah.
I hope not. That's fucking gross.
And he also jerked off to hentai, I'm just saying.
Well, that's fine. I jerk off to hentai too. I don't give a shit.
Well, I'm just saying, like, he has exactly the same attraction as me, but yeah, go ahead.
I don't know about that. I would push back on that, but that's his business.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Katzvog, I'm not Chud. I'm not Chad Logic. I don't need to be performatively transphobic to compensate for the leak of DMs demonstrating sexual interest in trans individuals. So we don't really do that here. But
So another quote from one of your videos that kind of stood out to me is like, let me just, because you kind of go back and forth.
Wait, what's that character? Wait, what's that character from Spider-Man? Fuck, the character you have on your profile. What's that character called?
Yeah, the Kingpin. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, you literally have Kingpin's voice.
good night, Aiden. I'm gonna drink a bunch more whiskey, then pass out. Keep going strong, Aiden. Heil, Aiden. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But did you know that alcohol actually affects the amount of deep sleep you get? So you could sleep for a while but not feel well rested because you didn't go into a deep sleep. You should avoid alcohol consumption shortly before bed.
Bro, that's so cool.
Great. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so like, with you said that you did like a Q&A with pedophiles, right? And that they brought up that all of them consume lolly. Is that
no, not all of them. No, not all of them. No.
I mean, that's the quote. So that you just misspoke back then.
Not all of them. I mean, like, did I say all of them?
You said it. I don't.
Well, then I take it back. Then take it back. It's not all of them, I think, because one of them is like, I don't know, like 70 or 60 or something like that. Yeah. And he doesn't know how to operate the internet in the first place. So it's like, okay.
Yeah. And then as far as lolly, is it still your position that most people who consume lolly are also pedophiles, or has that evolved?
No, not at all. I don't believe that. No.
Now you think it's just true CP where actual children are being harmed?
I think if you consume true CP, you're most likely a pedo. But if you consume lolly, you're most likely not a pedo. No.
Yeah, so Foodshops is doing the thing where she reverts to using the most technical application of the term as if it's not a term that is mostly used colloquially. If we were going by the exact technical definition, which in most contexts absolutely nobody is doing, you would be referring to like most, if not like half of people that are in prison for child molestation would technically not be pedophiles under like the ultra formal clinical definition, right?
But I think that if you're a pedo, you'll always find lolly attractive. Sure, it's kind of like A implies B, right? Like
that's why when we're having a discussion like this with her, you don't need to use that term because she'll do this weaselly thing where she could keep reverting to the ultra formal version. You should get very specific. Attracted to kids, attracted to children. That's what you should say in place of that here.
Goes to B, but then B doesn't go back to A, right? That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like all poodles are canines, not all canines are poodles, or something like that.
Or rectangles and squares, yeah.
Sure. Okay, well, that's really gross. And so one final question.
What part is gross? I don't understand.
Just this whole fucking topic is gross.
Wait, you're the one who brought up kids finger painting, and like you're trying to get me to describe like a specific.
Why are you pretending like you're disgusted at the discussion of kids finger painting when that's really disgusting to you?
Hey, they can say I'm attracted and I'm the most feminine.
This guy's line of questioning.
Specific age, and you're the one saying, "Oh, this subject is gross." You're the one who made it gross, my duder, right?
My duder, dude. How do you say something like that and not like fucking like? How do you say some shit like that and not like cringe inside? My duder. That's like painful on the ears.
Oh, it's inherently gross. Fuck you.
What? Okay, dude. Yeah.
you think lolicon isn't inherently gross? Go fuck yourself.
Wait, dog. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real with you right now, Dater. Hey, what's up, buddy?
You're the one who brought up finger painting kids. I don't understand.
Yeah, because I'm trying to establish if it was elementary school or high school. Now we got
like, why did you go specifically to finger
clear.
painting anyway? I don't know why you said that.
Because
that's
kindergartners
so
finger paint. So I wanted to find out if you were talking about elementary kids that you were whacking it off.
Okay,
to.
well, you should have just said kindergartners. I don't know why you said finger painting kids.
Okay,
I
have 2 destinyisms that I unfortunately was never really able to shed. Do I still do the do I still do that? I don't think I do that as much anymore. But so just so we're being clear here, that's the worst one that I was never really able to shed.
There's only like so many ways I can.
I just think it's weird you brought it up. Yeah, it's like Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think a little bit might be protection. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Anyway, so like, I don't. You got to help me out with this because I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
You say you like curves. You say you like petite women, and all of that exists in like quote unquote normal porn or porn that's not taboo and shit. So why wouldn't you just watch like barely legal shit, petite shit? Why
do you care what I consume as long as there's no victim? What?
Because you're somebody being propped up in a community that he's respectively a part of, and he's misguided about the complicity of the head of that community, Obviously, he asks good questions to Foodshops, but I doubt he ever asks, okay, so what does it mean that Destiny's propping this person up?
Like, do I tell? Wait, hold on. Do I tell you to not consume MILF porn? Like, what the fuck?
Because there's like a moral harm. There's like a prescription to whether or not.
How? What moral harm is there? Am I harming anybody IRL?
Shut the fuck up. Why are you even here?
By attempting to normalize this concept, you're contributing to the removal of a stigma that ultimately will have harmful consequence, right? The enforcement of this stigma is good. That you should not be engaging in the sexualization of children, which lolicon as a genre inherently does, so we should not be normalizing it, right? By openly defending and discussing your consumption of it, you are doing something wrong. Yes.
Get out of here. I don't need your help.
Because he needs your help. Because you need the help, okay? Like, I don't know, man. You're kind of moving from one thing to the next. You're kind of struggling.
I'm really not.
She literally always says this. Anytime anyone joins a convo, she says, "This, you really need help right now." Like, when I had Morale call in, she was like, oh, he's calling in Morale to help him. Or when I had Kathy call, it's calling Kathy to save his argument. Having Emery on to help his argument. With all due respect, I don't know the Emery guy too well, but with all due respect to, like, Morale, for example, you know, I think he's improved. He's a fine debater. And I don't mean to, you know, toot my own horn or anything like that. From my own perception of how I debate, and I could be totally delusional here, I think I'm more experienced or able to debate than Morale is, and don't particularly need his help on that front. What I might need his help on is if he knows about a situation that I don't, that he could break down for me. But if I'm letting him on, it's because I'm letting anyone who wants on to, like, comment.
The court, she's like using the like it's a drawing thing. But you're not like you're not going further than that. You're not like attacking that argument.
Wait, Prime. What was the issue with Kaiser's argument? What was the issue with Kaiser's argument here? Why are you in here?
I'm trying to, like, Kaiser's saying that
is he not doing well?
Jack out to Lolly, and then you're saying it's a drawing. But, like,
is this person a minor?
The point, like, it being a drawing doesn't change the fact that that he thinks you're a pedophile for liking Lolly.
Right. Yeah, and to be clear, pedophile doesn't necessarily mean child molester. It just means you like kids. Like, and so there doesn't have to be a victim for you to be a pedophile.
True. They love to conflate this. They love to conflate offense with the word pedophile because they'll well, I haven't touched a kid, so I can't be. Nobody's saying that, right? You just need to be aroused by it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
but I'm not one.
Towards that.
You just keep bringing up that no kids are harmed. I think that's besides the point.
Okay, but I'm not a pedophile.
Okay, I mean, says you. I don't know.
No,
So,
I mean, like, wait, hold on. You oh my god, Ryan, he called you fuckface. What the fuck? Why?
Yeah,
do you guys have some
stop
beef?
trying to deflect. No, I don't. I'm tired of all these people hopping in.
Oh no.
So you say you like secondary sex characteristics, you like petite, you like women.
Sure.
Why pick such a taboo fucking thing that you know you're gonna get shit on for? I don't understand that.
Wait, what do you mean? Why would you pick MILF to jerk off to? Like, doesn't that mean you have mommy issues? Right? Like, I could literally just reverse it. I could just reverse it. Like, what is the point?
I love it. No, but that's the thing. I love MILF.
So if you jerk off to MILFs, one could presumptively assume that you're heterosexual or at least bisexual or pansexual and have a sexual attraction to women, right? So if what you're jerking off to repeatedly is the depiction of minors, one could assume.
I wouldn't seek out 14-year-old drawings that look like MILFs. You know what I'm saying? So why would you not stick with like barely little or petite if that's what you like? I don't understand.
I just don't see the issue. Like, what's the harm?
I don't see the issue.
Like, is it like am I
kids where there's laws against that shit if they had been real?
Am I receiving soul damage or something?
Like, I mean, probably, but I don't know about that shit.
What? What does soul damage entail to you? What does that mean?
I don't know. I just don't think it's like super healthy to fucking jerk off to that stuff. But that's a separate issue. Not really fucking. It doesn't really matter in the context of this topic. But
wait, so you do believe in soul damage in this?
I mean, not literal soul.
Are you religious?
Like, yeah. No.
Okay.
So, but answer the question because you keep deflecting, which is very interesting.
You keep on. It's because you keep on pivoting. You keep pivoting from one topic to the next.
On Pornhub, why would you not pick those and instead you pick Lolly, which has this whole, normative load to it? It's gross. You know what I mean? Why pick Lolly when, according to you?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. My brother wants me to give him his chair back. Okay, so I'm gonna go give him his chair back. Give me 2 seconds. All right, I'll be right back here. Don't go anywhere. Negotiations have failed. Okay, negotiations have failed and fallen through. The other side wants to continue aggression. No, I'm kidding. I did steal it from him, so I do gotta give it back. I'll be right back, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the chair war has resulted in total capitulation. So I'm now, okay, the back is not that small. I think I was over exaggerating a little bit. I'm just very used to stealing his chair. The negotiations have resulted in capitulation and agreement to terms on my side. Unfortunately, with me as the loser in this conflict. So let us continue. You look weak in that chair? Thanks. It's small.
Petite and barely legal.
Well, I do more with my computer than just this stream. I'm sitting at my desk more than that, so I've actually been using his chair for other things as well. Oomphy killer.
Should do it.
I jerk off to both? What? Like when I get bored with one, I jerk off to the next. What do you mean why? I want to masturbate. I want to get off. The fuck?
No, I know why you jerk off to porn. I'm saying, why would you even bother with
What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean bother with
why
lolly?
would you bother with lolly if you're fine with just petite women with curves? That's
because sometimes I get bored with actual porn stars and I want to look.
So what
at
is it? Is it the
hentai?
taboo of looking at someone underage? Because you watch porn, or...
no, it's not the taboo. It's
So-
just I'm bored sometimes. With what is that? What's the issue?
What makes it more appealing that they are children and defenseless and shit? What, and can't give consent? Is that it? Is it one of those?
Okay, I never brought up anything related to. Defenseless and whatever the fuck. But
It's,
I mean, you're
no,
the one
it's
who
implied
inserted
though.
the-
If they're underage, they can't
Okay.
consent. There's no defense there. It's implied. It's baked into it.
Yeah, but that's like for all porn, right? Like, oh no, stepbrother, I'm stuck in the washer. Isn't that also kind of implied into it? Like defenseless?
I don't think all porn depicts cases where the fictional party depicted is unable to give consent.
Sexy?
I don't know.
I don't think that's true.
Watch that shit. It could be.
Yeah, but like you would need to have an issue with all porn then, not specifically lolly. You fixating on lolly super weird then.
No, because children can't consent. That's the difference. So that's what I'm asking. Is that what gets you off about lolly? Because it's not the curves, because you can find that elsewhere. It's not the hips, you can find that elsewhere. And it's not the petite. So it clearly has to be something. It has to be that they're underage. So
But
it's wrong.
some
They're underage, so they can't
artists wait, hold
consent.
on. Some artists draw really good art, and the quality of their art makes it more sexy. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like what the fuck? Some of them are really good at making faces and
so
shit. Like
just
who
certain
cares?
artists are really hot to you. That's what it is.
No, not the artists are hot. The art that they draw is hot.
Apologies, I misspoke. Certain artists are.
Okay, you slipped up multiple times.
She knows exactly what he meant. Typically, when somebody has to, like, there are things, there are owns I could have got with like people like Foodshops or Destiny that I don't, because I think my main point is strong enough to own the party on, and you actually just look better if you grant the smaller mistakes. Whenever somebody needs to harp on like a obvious, very small mistake in a conversation, even after the party has admitted to making a mistake, it's evident that their actual argument is not very strong, and they're desperately looking for outs or ways to pivot or ways to win the broader discussion with something other than substance.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
I'm nervous. I am. I'm a little nervous. I'm not a master debater. Obviously.
Okay, me neither.
So yeah, I know that. I know that shit. Anyway. So
I was just gonna say I don't know what the issue is. I just don't know what the issue is.
Foodshops, do you understand why people would like think that
Foodshops has probably done in totality more debates than me, has been around longer than I've been, has consumed more Destiny content than I've ever consumed, right? There is no excuse for Foodshops to suck like this much at debating. Like typically it's like, oh, you don't need an excuse to be bad at something. You do. You've made this your career. You should be actively improving on this. There is no reason you should be this fucking bad. And I don't claim to be like some great fucking debater or whatever, but I think over time I've gotten better and I've learned things, right? I've learned things and I can coherently work through a debate, even if you think that I'm wrong, right? Foodshops like sucks at this, is like fucking dog shit.
it's a bad thing to like lolly? Could you like steelman that?
Why people think it's bad? Oh, I think people have a problem with lolly because
So it's not a bad thing to like something, because in my opinion at least, only actions are immoral. So liking something is not the issue. The issue is when you're Foodshops, you openly discuss your. If you're into this, right? There shouldn't be anything to morally condemn, because we shouldn't, like, in the context of lolicon, we shouldn't know that you consume it, right? If we do know, right, through your own admission, you are normalizing the concept of an adult viewing minors in a sexualized manner, which should not be normalized, and if it is normalized will lead to horrible implications, right?
they think that if they jerk off to Lolly, they're going to move on to children eventually because it's no longer going to stimulate them enough. Like I can pretty much make Kaiser's argument better than he does and more concisely too. Yeah.
I don't necessarily. To be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, then what's the issue? Wait, if it doesn't even lead to real world harm, that's like the.
This argument, I've never seen evidence for this argument. I've never seen evidence that lolicon prevents offense against real children, and I've never seen evidence that lolicon necessarily increases the likelihood of people going and harming real children. I know that's going to be controversial to say, but I actually have just seen no evidence of that. I think if people want to go do that, they're going to do it, right? But for them to even engage with the lolicon to begin with, the predilection and urge has to already exist, right? That could be a step to escalation, but I've never seen evidence that that itself is what's going to lead to that escalation.
Only avenue you can go down. What exactly? I never said a waste of time.
Did I
It
ever say
does
you were
lead to
causing
real
harm?
world harm. I have to listen to it. This is fucking.
True. Me too.
Well, fucking fuck off, Bonger. Go play fucking MTG.
I was asked to be here. I am
Kelly is
playing
spitting
MTG
right now. Okay,
Accent.
my queen.
Shut the
Everyone
fuck up.
in
No one
this
cares.
chat is being real world harmed. If that's your entire
yeah.
argument, I'm a moderator. There's no need to be so hostile.
True. She is a moderator. She is a moderator. My queen.
Go fuck yourself, Kelly.
Being attracted to children is a moral bad. I think okay, so I think a moral wrong would be to act on that attraction. You can't help. It's like saying having a deformity is morally bad or something. Having a mental illness is morally bad, right? If you can't control it, you're not, like, literally nothing you do can control this facet. You're not necessarily like doing something immoral, right? It would be the acting on that, right? The voluntary decision to go act on that attraction that would be morally wrong.
I don't have to be nice to you. Kiss my ass.
Yeah, but
hey,
you sound like a cringy fucking idiot when you go at me for no real reason.
I don't think you have to think that it causes real world harm. I think it would just be that like you're a pedophile.
Yeah,
and a pedophile's bad. That would be
I've said this, I think, twice. Pedophilia does not mean you touch kids. It does not mean there's.
The other problem too is you can't talk about that nuance without like looking creepy yourself, because this is rightfully such a stigmatized fucking topic. But I do think there should be room for a fair discussion about people with these predilections that don't act on it, right? I think those people are victims. Unironically, I think that's probably a miserable existence to live in. Because you would probably have some basic intact sense of morality, if not maybe fear of the law. But like if you're somebody with an intact sense of morality that has those uncontrollable urges, I'd imagine that is a horrible way to live. I can't imagine living like that, not wanting to end it all, right? And those people are sick, right? And as I view it, and they need treatment. But when you actually go and act on that, you are a disgusting perpetrator of this, and should be treated as such.
The victim does not mean there's literal harm. It's a preference, I guess. I think you're a pedophile. You seem to enjoy rubbing one out to underage kids.
Well, here's the thing. You're allowed to think that, but I'm not. But
I know,
okay.
I am.
But I don't want to convince you. Like my job isn't to convince you.
I'd really like to get
of
back
that.
to it.
I don't care.
Get your girlfriend out of this and your boyfriend probably mine out of this. I'd just like to go back to my fucking question.
My boyfriend is probably mine.
Why is it that you decide to use lolicon? What are you getting out of lolicon that you're not getting out of like petite or barely legal or whatever?
Do you only jerk off to milf porn? Like sometimes
No,
don't you? Yeah, exactly. Same thing. You move from one to the next.
Okay.
Right? Because you're bored.
Yeah,
you're not gonna jerk off to the same video like 5 times in a row, right? Like obviously.
What are you pulling out? What are you pulling out of? What are you getting from Lolly?
Bro, it just feels like I'm answering the same question. Bro, I'm like answering the same question over and over again. You're literally forgetting.
I think watching Lolly is still kind of acting on it. It's just technically victimless, but it's still engagement in the same, and the normalization of it is very problematic to me. Well, yeah, that would be the normalization itself is the issue, right? Aiden, how long is the DGG arc gonna last? I don't know if I'm like consciously on an arc here. I just think I'm now involved in something and I'm gonna cover it as things occur. I want to cover other things, but to be honest with you, it looks pretty dry out there, and I've always preferred debating to covering things. And covering this has enabled opportunities for more debates than I could ever want in my lifetime. As serious as what we've discussed with these people and the grievances themselves are, I would be lying to you if I haven't said that the last like 2-ish months have been some of the most fun I've ever had doing this, like easily, in regards to I have an opportunity to be allowed to debate. I've had a lot of fun doing that. I know that this is very serious, so to put fun with it is like, how could you find this fun? But you know what I mean here. Doobie challenges me to a debate, for sure. We just gotta figure out what it's on.
You're literally forgetting my answers. Like,
Then you know what? I apologize. I must have fucking Alzheimer's. What was your answer? And I won't ask it again.
Yes, you do have
Go ahead, real quick.
Alzheimer's. Okay,
Wait, so answer.
my answer is the reason why I jerk off.
It's like an addiction, dude. I don't know what it is. I've done some introspection on this. I'm actually a debate like addict, or at least like an argument addict. If you talk to my like IRLs from when I was a kid or whatever, it was like a joke amongst my friend group that I would argue anything because I would just I was like a chronic arguer, a little bit insufferably when I was much younger. And I for me, it's like it feels almost like gambling, where it's like you take this risk and then like there's like a payoff, and it's very cool, and you can like actively improve on it and practice.
The lolly is because I find the art hot and because I can be bored of real life porn actors, right? Just like how you can be bored of a single porn video. Now, please don't ask it again. Okay, you have listening issues.
Okay.
Like what?
Sure. I find fault with that because couldn't you just find other porn actors in the petite or barely legal that you could jerk off to instead?
No, why wouldn't I jerk off to things I find hot?
Underage. What gets you off about?
Why do you have to be straight or gay or whoever you are, right? Like that's such a weird
like
question.
I said, I think you're probably born this way. I do think you're probably born this way, but that doesn't make it societally okay.
Yeah, I'm into young adults. I'm into young adults. Yeah, IRL.
Okay. They're not adults though. If they're under 18.
I think like many things, honestly speaking, I think it's a mixture of nature and nurture. Once again, the best way this has been explained, as I've heard it, from professionals that I've watched in like documentaries. There's a great series I've watched. It was called Born to Kill. It used to be free on YouTube. It was like about like serial killers and shit, and like analyzing like how they became what they became or whatever, like the factors involved from like psychological professionals or whatever. I'm a true crime guy. And somebody on that show explained it as essentially nature loads the gun and nurture pulls the trigger. And that's probably the best way I've heard it explained. That was in a different context. But I'd imagine that someone could be born with a genetic predisposition to being more likely to develop this predilection, and then potentially some adverse experience kind of acts as a catalyst to its development, potentially. Or you could literally just be born with it with no onset of that.
Not adults if they're under 18.
Get Radiant in here. Just get Radiant in here.
This is so
keep that
stupid.
fucking.
Like where I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Serial killers are yeah. It's weird too, because like you can't. When I said shit like I'd be like, why do you find that interesting or whatever? Are you like a serial killer or something? No. Humans are naturally drawn to or interested in anomalous occurrences, right? Like you're more interested in plane crashes than plane landings, and this is like this deviates from the social societal norm, and it's very like as somebody naturally interested in psychology, it's very interested to ask yourself why. Right? Like I'm also very interested in like dictatorships and stuff, because the why to me is such like a fascinating question. I have a weird amount of like personal connections to serial killers for some reason.
I don't exactly understand. Like
what is it that a different, petite or barely legal?
$2 from Will. Aiden, did you see that Dickers is sweeping for Becky? Yes. But we are supporting Dickers right now because he's being falsely accused of doxing. We can deal with that. We can deal with that one when we settled what we're settling.
Little actress couldn't scratch for you that you have to go to Lolly again. Because I understand getting bored with the same person. I totally get that.
I originally went to college for psychology. I ended up switching my major to communications, which I'm finishing. But I've taken psych classes. And I have enough where when I'm done with college, I might just go to like community college and finish like my last two, like to get an associate's in psych, just because I'm so close to it. The only problem you have with like a psych bachelor is that you're not going to make great money unless you are pursuing a master's and then a doctorate or something potentially. So it's like, and I realized ultimately I just didn't want to be like a clinical psychologist. I was more interested in the.
Well, yeah. There's millions of fucking like petite chicks that you could whack it to. So why not just go to a different one, or why not find art of adult characters or whatever? I don't understand the
Why
fixation
do you
with being
care?
underage.
Why do you care?
Because I don't care per se, but it speaks to you.
Communications is more interesting to me because you learn way more about social psychology. I took a social psych class as a part of my major, and I loved that way more than I loved any of my other psych classes. Because more than serial killers, I'm very interested in political extremism on both sides. and historical dictatorships and why people were persuaded in the way that they were, or like mass psychosis, or the influencing of masses to go and make crazy decisions or whatever. And my social psychology class really like delved into a lot of that. And so I realized that more specifically, I was very interested in human communication, how messages are like received, interpreted, and why they would be interpreted as one way over another.
Being a pedophile if you have to have someone who is underage in order to get off, or if you often
No, it's just the
require
body type. It's just the body type, right? Like that person
Okay,
can
but
also
if
be
it's-
22.
that's
They just
fine
have the body
if it's the
type.
body type. But why the fuck would you need to go underage for the body type if it's a body type you can find that's, according to your words,
Okay,
like
it's
early
art.
20s?
It's art.
It's
Is there a
not
real
body type.
victim? Is there a real victim?
Like now, this is the problem.
I've never. I
No, like no, but like I don't know. No, no, no. I just don't know what the issue is.
With your case, yes. With your case, yeah. Actually, yes.
If there's not a real victim,
You can't do the
I just don't understand.
It's a drawing.
You engage sexually with a minor because you thought they were and I quote, IRL lolly.
And I'm not a pedophile. You can't like go both ways.
No, it is a drawing, but you can still be a pedophile by looking at fucking pictures of kids or drawings of kids.
Hold on. Do you have an issue with the teenager category of Pornhub?
Yeah, it's a little young
Yes. Easy question. Yes.
for me, but I mean, I understand.
I don't even know what's in that category, but if I'm doing a surface level judgment, sure.
Is there any? Wait, it's a little young for you. Have you jerked off to it before?
When I was a teen, yeah.
Okay, don't you think that jerking off to like the teenager category is more problematic than drawn stuff because that is so much more realistic?
No, because barely
What do you
legal is
mean?
still legal. Lolicon is inherently underage and gross.
Dude, when this guy was like 15 years old, he was like jerking it to depictions of like 18-year-olds. Dude, no. God, anything but that, please.
The problem is that she's saying you should have an issue with both because it's simulating, even if it isn't actually. It's simulating.
The key word in barely legal is legal.
Because okay, when it comes to art, like there's so many layers removed from reality, right? All the way from the art style to the artist to
Yeah, sure. But when you're taking the aspects of the art that you like, projecting them onto real people, and that's driving your decision to enter a relationship with those real people, well, it's not that far removed anymore, is it? It's actually having influence over the decisions you're making in reality and your selection and partner. So it's really not that far removed.
the depiction to the story, right? But then when it comes to porn itself, right, teenager porn itself, that's like 1 degree removed, right? The only degree that's removed is the suspension of disbelief, right? You have to believe that that person is a teenager in order for you to like jerk off to her or something, right? Because it's teenager category. You suspend the belief that they are an adult because their body type fits that, right? So if you jerk off to that, then I don't know why you're sitting here pretending as if you have some problem with me, right? Obviously, this is retarded. You're a hypocrite, right?
No, I'm not. I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, should I repeat it or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is, when it comes to art, obviously art is more removed from reality than the teenager category
porn is art?
from.
What? Aren't you saying it's just a drawing? That's what you're saying.
No. I'm saying you don't seem to have this much of a big issue with the teenager category on Pornhub as you do
19, 18.
with the art.
It doesn't mean 14, you fucking weirdo. These are all legal things.
But the depiction, the entire point of the depiction of that category is that they are underage. That's the point.
No, that is not true.
No,
like for people, is it really that
No, 18 to 19 falls into the teenager category. That would not be underage. That'd be odd, right? But it wouldn't be underage.
Conceivable that someone who is a pedophile.
It's actually not even necessarily odd to be like attracted to a 19-year-old or 18-year-old. The odd part for me comes in if you're like a much older adult. If you're a much older adult that pursues a relationship with said individual, that would be weirder to me, because there would still be like a power dynamic or a maturity dynamic that exists there that I think could be reasonably exploited in the context of the relationship, right? So I'd maybe raise an eyebrow there. But in regards to like if there's like some 19-year-old woman you find hot or some shit, that's not even necessarily odd.
Would jerk off to the teen category on Pornhub because they have small tiny tits and small tiny hips.
To be fair, I'm 21, so I might be, speaking a little differently when I get older.
It's clearly not inconceivable because you do it and you are a pedophile.
Okay, I never said I jerk off to teen category. You're the one who admitted that.
You
by the way.
did too? Are you out of your fucking? I just said that. I said.
Well, I'm saying
when I was 19, I used to say 17-year-olds are basically adults. I know that sounds really bad. I know that sounds really, really bad. But I was like 19
Well, I just don't understand the issue. The issue I have here is that you would
my
rather.
perception of how young they actually were was obviously a little biased in the fact that I was only 2 years older, and my perception of my own maturity was obviously not going to be I wasn't going to have a neutral perspective on that.
Go after art, which is like so much more removed than an actual porn star who is like 18 or 19. No, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, there is someone here who is an 18-year-old who was coerced likely to sign into a porn contract, who is going to be starring into, who is signing onto the porn industry at 18 years of age, right? And then becoming a porn star.
Yeah,
and the entire point is that they look like kids.
But don't infantilize these fucking kids. They're 18, they can vote, they can go to war. Shut the fuck up. Let's go
but
back
that's not the point. But that's not the point. The point
I actually, crazy enough, you guys know my controversial porn takes. I actually agree more with Foodshops on that argument, but that Foodshops is only bringing it up to do like a whataboutism. I think there's an interesting critique of like coercive dynamics in pornography. You know, even though they're 18, why do we pretend like I'm 21 now? When I look at myself at 18, only a few years ago, like I see such a gap in like it's crazy like how it feels like I see such a gap in like maturity, and I understand when I was 18, my mindset was not that different from when I was like 17, right? And I think that like 18-year-olds that are just entering the adult world are absolutely, due to their age and lack of maturity and experience, open to exploitation. It's not inherent by the time that they're 18, but that possibility still exists, and I'd imagine that it would be relevant to consider in the context of pornography, I think.
Here.
Shut the fuck up about this bullshit.
No, the point I'm making here is that
is the teen category. They're not 14-year-olds.
The point here. No. The
point is that you're defending fairly legal shit, and it's obviously hypocrisy. If you actually give a fuck about pedophilia shit, then you wouldn't be good with the shit.
18, I'm saying.
Simulate it. That's the whole.
No, that's the entire point.
I mean, bonkers. It's not that weird. You're not gonna believe me. You're actually not gonna believe me at all in this. I don't watch porn. I actually don't watch porn. I've never been into it. I know that's like hard to believe or whatever. I mean, it's not embarrassing to just admit, yeah, I like porn or whatever. I actually just have never been, like I can't put myself into the position like watching other people engage in like intimate acts or whatever. Like I've never been into that shit.
And by the way, you should be talking about this, right? Like I would be okay if you like said that all porn was bad, but the issue is that you're trying to pick and choose which porn is good or bad. Like that's the issue here, right?
No, I'm not. It's very clear that fucking lolicon is bad. Get the fuck out of here. You're jerking off to me.
Okay, so you would also have an issue with the teen category.
I didn't stop watching or not watch because it was damaging or exploitative. I just can't be into it. I don't know why.
Pornhub, and you would advocate for them to take down the entire section and to ban everybody under the age of 25
because I know 100% that all of those people are fucking of age and they're 18 or 19.
But even if it's not even if the argument is true, that would just
you don't want to.
Okay, is wrong on this specific point, but it would still be against you.
Wait. I'm confused. Do you think everyone who jerks off to the teen category is a pedophile? Is that your claim?
Did I say that, or is it Brian that said that?
That was so he's asking if you said that, which you should be able to answer, right? If it's your opinion.
I don't know.
No, I think it's like assimilating. I don't think they're pedophile, but it's like you're close. You're close.
Bro, at least, I'm telling you right now. At least, hold on, can I finish this point? Wait,
if you watch the teen category specifically on Pornhub, I'm more inclined to believe that you're a febophile, right? I'm more inclined to believe that.
Can I finish this point first, okay? At least with the teen category thing, there may or may not be a real victim. But the thing with Lolly is that there isn't. Like straight up 100% there isn't. Because
so what there is a victim so children online fall victim to being groomed. And many times this occurs because what do people groom kids for? Why doesn't a pedophile just what is the point of grooming for a pedophile? You want the child to become complicit and okay with overtly sexual exchanges. So when you groom them, you're preparing them for that. You'll slowly introduce it into the conversation. You'll ingratiate yourself to them, etc. That's what the prospect of grooming would be. And if we're normalizing through the establishment of communities, the idea of adults discussing the concept and image of minors in a sexual facet for children online, that normalization is going to make them more susceptible to grooming because being exposed to that might not lead to those children seeing an inherent problem with their own sexualization.
With the teen category, think about, wait, how old are you? Wait, Kaiser, how old are you? Kaiser, how old are you?
It doesn't. I'm not.
This question matters. This question matters. This question matters. Okay. Can you tell me? Can you tell me you're like mid 30s? Maybe you sound like you're in your early 40s. I don't know. Okay. All right. So you're okay. Mid 30s. Okay. Were you a smart back then when you were 18? Were you a smart 18-year-old or 19-year-old, whatever?
A lot of online porn is non-consensual. As porn stands today, I'm against it, right? As it exists today. So you're not really gonna find much disagreement from me on that. This is a take that me and Queeman do not agree on at all. We've had arguments about this before. I'm against, as it stands, I'm against pornography as an industry today.
I don't think I'm smart now, so probably not.
Okay, well, the entire point I'm trying to make here is that when you're 18 or 19, you're like a dumbass, right? Compared to you're 35 or something. If you're signing onto a contract,
that's weird because wasn't Foodshops at 25 explicitly going for somebody that they, according to them, believe was 18 or 19?
If he's wrong on the lolly point, doesn't matter if he's.
No, I'm saying there's so much. No, all I'm trying to say. No, it's a very simple point, bro. It's a very simple point. All I'm trying to say is that it is so much more likely for there to be the potential of a real victim.
Wild, honestly, I think. Well, what Queeman says is like, we draft kids for like instances of war. Assuming the war is justifiable, like for example, the best example of a more justified war would be the Second World War, right? To go and fight, right? For the there would be utility that would serve. There would be like utility that would serve that would justify negative byproducts for in the prospect of like drafting 18-year-olds, right? There are some instances where war is going to be a necessity, and not always, not even most of the time. Not even most of the time, but like if tomorrow, if Poland is getting invaded by Germany, right? I'm actually okay with Poland getting patriotic 18-year-old Poles to go and serve and fight in the war, right?
Then it is from drone shit, right? Okay, but this is a question I'm gonna go back to. Okay, after you finish your point. Yeah.
Is that you are a pedophile and
Doobie, Kayvon is trolling you. Why do you cover Foodshops and not Doobie?
That you don't have to victimize anyone to be a pedophile. You have to be attracted to children, which I think is very fucking obvious you are when you're fucking jerking off to Lolicon, which is inherently underage fucking characters.
Okay, well, the entire point is it's only wrong if there's a real victim, right? But the potential for victimhood is so much higher.
I understand that angle. I even think that myself sometimes, but I just argue we shouldn't be forcing kids into war. Lost a lot of friends, and yeah, that should be a last resort. We should, like, it should start. The draft should, if it's ever implemented, in an instance of if the nation is being invaded by a more powerful army that will almost certainly crush and then genocide the populace, and it is a war of necessity and defense. Obviously, when you're drafting, you should prefer to go older, but if it is needed to have a effective fighting force, it would be okay in an instance of like 18-year-olds.
When it comes to the teenager category, but you don't advocate against it as hard as you do for law.
Aiden be like, Foodshops is a dangerous PDF, but then his best friends would do best friends. True. Doobie's actually coming to my wedding, actually. Best man.
So it's inconsistent.
Point. Like he doesn't think that the only harm is the harm against like a potential.
Then I don't think there's any way to reconcile that because you have.
Doobie's actually naming his next kid after me. His next kid. I'm gonna be the godfather of his next child.
You believe that there's something intrinsically wrong with drawn shit than there is with teenager shit on Pornhub? I would think there's an issue with your own internal morality if you think that it is more right or more ethical to have the teen category with like people signing on to become 18-year-old porn stars than there is an artist who is clearly an adult who is drawing shit that clearly does not have a victim at all, right? I would say that your internal morality has an issue.
You being a pedophile or one being a pedophile has nothing to do with being a victim. A pedophile can go their whole life without touching a kid. I'm saying you, Foodshops, are attracted to underage children. That's my claim.
Yeah, but your claim is false.
Does this get better?
I believe the original topic was, is Foodshops a pedophile? And Kaiser is presenting a positive argument.
She is a pedophile.
Do you think
she is?
I know, but you're trying to prove it out to her, and Foodshops is trying to say she's not, right? Because Foodshops doesn't think she's a pedophile.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Kaiser, why do you think she's a pedophile?
No, why don't we restart this conversation again?
I'm kind of with Kelly on this one, not gonna lie. I feel like we've gotten a lot out of this combo. Hold on, I'm gonna check that inbox really quick, see if we missed anything.
The main reason DG will continue Do you think you're a pedo is primarily because people like Kaiser and Prime Mike keeps repeating that shit in DG chat? Yeah, I know.
I've never heard about this Kaiser guy before. I've literally never heard of him in my life. People think that because of your own actions and statements. If we're to assume, I know this is a crazy hypothetical, obviously.
The main reason DG will continue to think you're a pedo is primarily because people like Kaiser and Prime.
If we're to assume, this is obviously a very unrealistic hypothetical, but let's assume for a minute that this person is not a pedophile. Okay, let's just assume that for a second. You've done everything in your conceivable power to lead everyone to that conclusion. It's because of you.
The main reason DG will continue to think you're a pedo is primarily because people like Kaiser and Prime Mike keeps repeating that shit in DG chat. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm pretty sure most people in Destiny's community don't care and don't think about it, but there are a couple of dedicated people that keep caring and repeating that message. Yes, right? That was one of my points, right? The entire point is that, like, people like them carry the water for it, right? Why do you think it keeps coming up? I'm good. Bye. See you. Basically, they caused the problem that they are then inflicting the blame onto me, right?
So they made, okay, I got it. So Kaiser is the reason that Foodshops decided to publicly state that she wanted a 12-year-old to wrap themselves around her. I didn't realize this. I didn't consider this angle.
Does that make sense? Does it make sense? It's kind of like the rapist. It's kind of like the rapist going like, okay, but why did that woman wear red? What, like, I can't help it. Why did that woman wear red, right? Like, you know, that kind of argument does not make any sense, right? Like, yeah, it's the same thing. Like, you wouldn't give that credit to a rapist, right? Right? If a rapist, like, rapes somebody, by the way, editors, you have to edit this out, okay? If a rapist has to, like, rape somebody, right? I just don't think we would ever tell the woman, oh yeah, the rapist is in the right for trying to assign the blame to the woman. Like,
you are actually to blame for your decision to publicly tell people that you want a 12-year-old to wrap themselves around you. You're to blame for your decision to message a minor who at best you believe to be 18 to 19, and you're to blame for them lying about your age of minimum attraction repeatedly in a conversation, leading to people believing you have something to hide if you need to lie about that, right? You were to blame for all of these things. If we're under the insane assumption that you are not a pedophile, anyone thinking as such, it's because of you. It is literally because of you. People who are not pedophiles, who normally, like, don't have this problem, right?
it just makes no sense, right? Yeah, it's the same exact thing. Stupid.
Same thing. So fucking true. Same thing.
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? So, this is genuinely gonna.
Actually, we're gonna check this out tomorrow because I gotta go do some shit. All right, folks. Well, as a quick wrap up, I hope I answered any questions you have pertaining to my own situation, and I hope that with what I've confessed to, hopefully you're still able to watch. I get it if some choose to tune out as a result of the allegations made against me. I think that is I totally get it, guys. But okay. Listen. I appreciate all the support recently. If we keep this up a few more streams, I will officially become a 200 concurrent Andy, which is a big accomplishment for me. It's not a lot of viewers, but it's a lot for me. So, yeah. I gotta get a new chair. This shit is fucking up my back, dude. It like hurts. Alright, I'll be rating you into... Yeah. Alright, take care, guys. Peace, peace.